feel like I'm doing a dress rehearsal for the football season.
Oh, today?
This week. Just so does the equipment work? The MiFi, everything? Just...
Look at that. T. Haynes, your winner this morning.
Oh, look at that.
Long odds, too.
And fast. I mean, usually it takes right around a minute. T. Haynes got in at the 45-second mark there. Can always count on Baby Jules to finish in the money. Coffin ball with a bronze today. Yo! It's there's a story.
Need this.
Hey, Albar, how you been?
Huh.
Who won? And did he go as the Hurricanes? Were you the Buffaloes and he was the Canes? Albar, AJC. Everybody, these are Mark's last 3 days for a while in control of the TVs and his household. He went as Texas, he went as Bama. Interesting. Canada Relief, anything going on? Hello, friends. Oh, you'll love this. So yesterday morning at 5:25, my phone rings, and it's my wife from the other room. And I run over in a panic, like something must be wrong if she's calling me. And she's like, your show. Are you getting up for your show? And I look at her. I go, it's Sunday? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Were you sleeping? Yeah, actually, I mean, really, really well. 5:25. Could you love me a little less?
Wow. That's something.
Then 5.5 hours later, get the phone call as to why I'm in the hotel.
All right, here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Fairly eventful, wouldn't you say? On and off the field, as we like to say. How How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X with the magic numbers. Oh, getting so small. Hell, the first one's almost in single digits. 10. 10 days to the Hall of Fame game. Bears and Texans, my oh my. 33 days away, week 0 of the college football season. 40 days away, week 1 of the college football season. 45 days away. Ravens and Chiefs kicking off the 2024 NFL season. But before we get going, morning to you, Mark. How was your weekend?
My weekend was good. My son's in town. We're heading to a concert tonight. So
Oh,
he flew in.
cool.
He was supposed to fly in on Friday, and due to problems, he didn't get in till Saturday. He didn't get into Southwest Florida. He got into Sarasota. So I had to run and pick him up there. He spent
Leisurely drive?
leisurely drive for me. He was,
Right.
he spent a night in an airport. So he was really in a solid mood when I picked him up.
So he was really looking forward.
To fly this airline again.
So he was looking forward to that 100-mile drive to the living room.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sure he got a big, $800,000, $1,200 flight credit, though.
Right. $12 flight voucher, $12 food voucher. That's what they gave him to spend the night in an airport. No hotel,
Wait,
nothing.
Wait, you said $12. I thought there'd be a couple zeros with that. What?
$12. I'm not sure what that buys you in an airport anymore. A water and maybe a Reese's peanut butter cup, and that's about it.
I was going to say, it's really true. That's about it, too. 2 waters, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Wow. All right. So he was a little grumpy. What's the concert?
Zach Bryan, country artist. Very good. Playing over in Sunrise, going across the alley tonight.
Nice.
See a show. So looking forward to that.
Oh, you'll be dragging tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. And without you, we don't get on the air. So.
Oh, well, I'm aware.
Well, how about this then? How about if I put my wife on it?
Okay.
My weekend, I don't know if it was as good or as exciting as yours, but the alarm, and by alarm, I mean my phone, went off at 5:25 a.m. yesterday morning. And it's my wife calling from the room right across the hall. My wife just got her knee replaced, and I'm, on caretaker duty. And my phone doesn't make any noise when I get a text for whatever reason. So I say, hey, if you need me, something's going on, call. And so for the last few weeks, she's usually pretty good trying to let me get some rest before the show, but it was a Sunday. So for her to be calling Mark at 5:25 in the morning, something's wrong. I didn't know if she fell.
Definitely wrong. Right.
Right. I am running, just like, for a foul ball at the Trop. I mean, I am running those 8 to 12 steps as quickly as I can move. I mean, the manatee is like a cheetah. Okay. When he arrives at the room, what, everything okay? And she goes, your show, you got to get up for your show. And I go, it's Sunday. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you sleeping? And at that moment, I looked at her and I said, could you love me a little less?
Did she laugh?
She did. And Mark, you know me, feet hit the floor, I'm up. That's it. It's over. It's over. So, okay, let's go. All right, 5:25. What do you say, Duncan?
Early coverage of the Open then, huh?
Yes, I really was, Mark.
I want to know how this course is going to lay out today. I'm going to get a good eye on this in the early morning hours.
Tell you, I'm going to see Mickelson hit every shot today, I guess. Okay. All right, good. So, all right, well, cool. You'll have a good night. And glad your son eventually got in. Yeah, the storms. You know what? A lot of people are finding out what we have known in the South for a while, that the summer storms can cause as many traffic delays as winter storms. And I can argue more, because they're every night. They can be every night all over the country. And I actually think it's more difficult traveling in the summer by airline than it is in the winter. That may make no sense at all, and it could be completely wrong, but it's how I feel. I have had more flights canceled in June, July, and August than I have in December and January.
Well, when the internet goes out across the world, sometimes flight gets canceled.
Well, there is that. Which I have to admit, most people thought would be the biggest news story of the weekend. But, man, sometimes it's a busy news week.
It got a day.
It did.
It got a day. It had his.
Yeah, had its moment. So, all right. Listen, I will argue, and Ron Sirak's going to join us in about an hour and a half. I will argue this was one of the best Open championships I can recall. For whatever reason, I got into it. And it's not like I had a dog in the hunt. It didn't matter to me who won it all. But, man, Mark, for as much as you love the carnage, if you will, of the U.S. Open, and for as much as most of us who like golf just love Augusta and most everything about that tournament, I love an Open championship in which the links courses play how the golfing gods intended for those courses to play. We're going to throw 15 to 25 mile an hour winds. For 2 days, we're going to throw the winds coming in a direction where none of you have ever played this course with the wind coming this way. And then on Saturday, for you know what and giggles, we're going to have really good weather, followed by what in the world are we doing playing in this weather? Right in the middle or 2/3 of the way through the round. And I just love it. I really do. I love it because maybe too many tricked up courses, I feel. That these tour players are so good, they hit it so far that too many courses are having to add length, okay, make the greens concrete, whatever the case may be, narrow the fairways by half, and instead, this was just a course as old as the day is long, and it's like, yep, this course, it's played this way all the time, and just, good luck, boys. Good luck. Going to be like 4 low rounds all week. Go for it.
I'm with you because, as you mentioned, Thursday, Friday, they had winds coming in directions that you don't ever see. Saturday was more of the normal wind. Sunday, more of a crosswind. I mean, they basically had 3 different wind directions in 4 days. If you noticed on 18 on, I think it was Friday, I think Rahm hit it into the bunker on the green side bunker on 18. He had like a 404-yard drive on 18.
Right.
And then yesterday, they're way back. They're blowing it over the burn on the one par 5 one day. They can't get to it with driver the next.
The late rounds on Saturday, what was the par 3 that Scheffler and was it Schauffele?
17. But
both hit driver and couldn't get there. One hit driver, one hit 3-wood, and they couldn't get there. Now, see, that reminds me of us. I mean, come on now, in which, you're in a tight group and you all look at one another and go, now, we're not going to tell anybody that we had a hit driver, all right, on this par 3, okay? But it's all right. The first person, Mark, you're in that threesome or foursome, and, you got everybody in the group who's going to muscle up a 3-wood, and then you got the one guy who goes, no, I can't get there with a 3-wood. I'm hitting driver. And then everybody slowly, one at a time, goes to their cart and goes, oh, well, if he's hitting driver, then I will too. That's what it reminded me of.
But I loved it. I was rooting for Justin Rose. The Englishman winning the British Open thought would have been a great story. I mean, I was rooting for Lowry until the 77 happened on Saturday. I was rooting for him again on Sunday when he tried to make a little bit of a charge, but he's a fun guy to watch. He looks like a guy I'd love to have a beer with. But when Sunday came around, I thought it would have been cool to see Rose, who qualified like everybody else had to, win the tournament. I thought that would have been a great story. But Schauffele was phenomenal yesterday. That
Yes, he
was
was.
an all-time round of golf.
Bogey free. Awesome. One of the great final rounds in Open Championship history. And I mean, who'd have thunk it after Scheffler won the Masters that there'd be a golfer this year win 2 majors and it wasn't Scheffler? And now PGA Tour Player of the Year is very much up for grabs. Who do you vote for? Scheffler's got more wins, but Schauffele's got 2 majors. I mean, Scheffler's got what, 6 wins, including the Players and the Masters? But I mean, Schauffele's got the PGA and the British, if you will. I don't know. Tough to win 2 majors and not win Player of the Year.
Particularly with the round that he put in yesterday. I mean, that to me adds on to it. You have an all-time round in a major and tame a course that no one else could really tame on Sunday. That's heady stuff, David.
You know, you mentioned rooting for Justin Rose, 43-year-old, 11 wins, including a U.S. Open. I mean, arguably a Hall of Fame player, great Ryder Cup player, and he had to qualify. His world ranking and everything didn't get him in, and so he went and qualified. And it is a great story. And to finish T2, his best ever finish in this championship. But Mark, something I didn't realize, and you and I follow golf pretty closely. I didn't realize it's been 31 years now since an Englishman's won the Open. Faldo, the last one to do it. I didn't realize that. I mean, they've had a few good players, but I didn't realize, wow. You could see, you know, how much they desperately wanted him to win. But, you know, I mean, Lowry and an Irishman 5 years ago. You know, Rory hasn't won. Or no, Rory won 10 years ago, but he's Irish, Northern. So you had that story going. But an American wins across the pond once again. And it was Xander Schauffele with a final round 65. Miller and Moulton. A lot of talk about today. We'll get to it next. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, but what are you talking about? Feeney, that's on them.
Well, I have emailed Ken Lovejoy. That's all I can do. No, Kevin Baum. So who would you vote for PGA Tour Player of the Year, right? Xander Schauffele. Done. Up.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, it's already up. We're off to a great start this week. So who do you vote for? PGA Tour Player of the Year. Scotty Scheffler, 6 wins, including the Players and the Masters. Or Xander Schauffele. 3 wins, 2 of them majors. I think he's got 3 wins. So don't know if he needs more than the 2 he's got. So who do you vote for Player of the Year? Not much left of the golf season. I mean, you want to count the whole FedEx, points race. Whatever.
Jamming an Olympics in there.
Yeah, now there you go. There you go. Turns out, by the way, Shoffley's just got the 2 wins. Okay, finished second at the Players, second at the Wells Fargo. But
the
So who
2
do you
wins
vote
are
for?
biggies.
yes, they are. Yes,
And
they
the
are.
US, as they pointed out yesterday throughout the broadcast, sweeping the majors this year. Scheffler winning the Masters, DeChambeau winning the U.S. Open, and Schauffele winning both of the others.
And now we'll see what happens with golf. And yes, we've got the Olympics coming up here. It starts Friday. Does this actually start before then? Is this one of those deals that there are events, that gets underway middle of the week?
David, I'm not sure. All I know for certain is that I turned on the television the other day, and the wife was sitting there with me, and we're watching. You are the one that turned me on to it. It's called Sprint. It's done by the same people that did Drive to Survive. It's on the 100-meter runners, men and
Right.
women.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So I sat down to watch that with her the other day, but YouTube TV came on first, and it had a brand new screen of which I had not been privy to yet, David. And it basically had an Olympic preview. What do you want to record? And it had all the sports there, and you could just hit the buttons. And the wife was like, that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and not that one, and that one. I like that one.
I have a feeling you're going to be watching the Olympics 2 and 3 weeks after they're over.
There's not a doubt in my mind.
The Olympics are only 2.5 weeks long. They start Friday. They go for 16, 17 days, and they end then on a Sunday. We got a time delay, or not delay, but we got a problem because they're taking place in Paris. So this time of year, what's that, 5-6 hours ahead of us in the East? So, everything will have taken place, before you're seeing it in prime time. Because it's not like 8 p.m. in the East. It's 1, 2 in the morning. It's not like there's anything going on live in Paris at that point in time. So everything you see in prime time will have already happened. And now it's just a matter of, do you want to know the results? And then once you find out the results, will you keep watching?
See, my wife will know the results and still watch. Has no problem finding out the results and then watching every minute as if she didn't know the results.
I'm not okay the first time seeing something if I know the results, but I'm okay watching that same thing happen times 2 through 437. But the first time I have to see it not knowing what's going to happen. Then every other time I'm watching it to pick out little details I missed.
We have the fever in our house. That's all I know.
Whew. Do you ever?
Olympic fever.
Are you having to pay? Are you having to pay for any extra services, or is this?
Well, we pay for Peacock.
Well, of course.
I mean, come on.
Right.
Because where else can you get the Olympics but
Peacock?
Thank you.
So, all right. Anyway, they get underway Friday. Speaking of which, did you happen to see it as it was unfolding, or did you just hear about it? The U.S. men's basketball team over the weekend?
I did not see it. I heard about it as unfolding, and I don't put anything into these meaningless exhibition games.
Mark, we were a 45-point favorite. We were down 14 at the half. We were down 20 in the third quarter. We were down 1 with less than 10 seconds to go to that basketball juggernaut known as the South Sudan.
Well, David, when a team's hitting their threes, you never know what's going to happen. And when the other team doesn't care at all.
I'm curious if people were watching this unfold live or when they heard about it, where were their loyalties? Were they just obviously with, hey, USA on the front of the shirt? Of course, we don't want us to lose to South Sudan, or 45-point underdog. I mean, Mark, our first football game of the year on CBS this year is Akron at Ohio State. Akron's a 51-point dog.
Akron takes the lead into the fourth quarter.
Let me tell you. I mean, you got a few people.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly. So, for what it's worth, we're down 1 because they hit a 3 with 20 seconds ago, something like that. And they hit a 3 to take a 1-point lead. And so final shot for us. And we give the ball to LeBron, which I got to admit, that seems like a good play. I mean, Jordan's unavailable, so I don't know. Seems like a good play. Durant still can't play. Okay, Steph needs you to set screens and what have you. LeBron, you can give him the ball and everybody can clear out. Order Starbucks. So when you're the defender in that scenario, and LeBron's just standing there, well, actually, hunched over, dribbling the ball, staring you in the eyes, do you think about fouling him and going, I'm not going to stop him one-on-one, for goodness sakes? He's an NFL tight end. Okay. In fact, he's a big NFL tight end. Kelsey and Kittle go. That's a big tight end. Okay. I mean, you're on the South Sudan and LeBron is hunched over, dribbling the ball. The clock is winding down. Okay. Don't you think you have a better chance just fouling him, sending him to the line and going, shoot the pressure free throws, buddy?
and if you make them both, we got 7 seconds to try to beat you.
Yeah. But as he's standing there dribbling the ball, I'm thinking to myself, there's no way this guy's going to stop him. Are you serious? And he just drove right by him, laid it up. I mean, it was literally like we were guarding him. I mean, it was so easy. But as he's dribbling the ball, I'm thinking to myself, I think I'd foul him right now. I really do. I think I'd foul him. But anyway, we saved off what would have been, I guess, I don't know, the worst loss we've ever had in the history of that sport, I guess. I don't know.
And if you had South Sudan plus 45, you were a winner.
But could you imagine if you put a few shekels on the money line? I mean, I think $2 could damn near won you 1,000.
And I'm sure there are people that made that bet just because of that, especially if there was a boost or a sprinkle.
Of course, the great thing is that I don't know if there's anybody from the South Sudan playing for South Sudan. I mean, you got the whole lineage thing and what have you, and they put these teams together. I mean, heck, in women's basketball, Mark, if you play in a Russian league, you can represent Russia in the Olympics.
Right, because the U.S. girl did that 4 years ago and got quite a bit of grief about it.
Yeah, Becky Hammond did it. Couldn't make the U.S. team. And then Becky Hammond won a bronze medal, I believe, with Russia. Yeah, it's the only way she could play in the Olympics. So, anyway, that took place over the weekend. Apparently, we got to play them again in preliminary rounds. Only this time it'll count.
Well, at least we now know their style. We should be better prepared for them the next time we play them. 35-point favorite.
Steve Kerr said, I didn't do a particularly good job preparing us for these guys. Yeah, you'd think. Guys went out the night before. Who are you kidding?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
How many of you watched the WNBA All-Star game Saturday night?
I remembered it was on Sunday and then looked at the box score. Did they play defense?
I got to admit, there were times in which I thought the Olympic team tried, but the WNBA players made them look slow. You don't think Arike Agunawale there wanted to shove it up there, you know what, at all for not picking her up?
44?
Yeah. Second time, by the way, that passed her over for the team. Listen, Taurasi should not be on the team. Funny thing is, Caitlin's struggling with her shot right now. She's playing well, but she's struggling with her shot.
Yeah, she was 0 for 8 behind the arc in that game.
I think she's tired. She said it's why she didn't compete in the three-point contest. She's like, I'm exhausted. I've played basketball for 18 months straight. I'm tired. I need the break. I don't blame her. No, IEB, I agree with you. I actually think they need her. They need both her and Arike. They need outside shooting. Yeah, I thought Brittany looked old and slow too. The WNBA players are just ran down the court. She couldn't keep up. Angels had a great month. She's an awkward looking player, but man, is she a hell of a player. DC, I'm with you. I had a buddy of mine say the exact same thing, that she is just relentless on the glass. Irish, I'll vote Brianna Stewart. Close. I'm in a hotel. We're having to get.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour, top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. For those of you watching on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. And by the way, if you've never done it before, just check us out. See what we look like. Put the face with the voice, and then you go, okay, that's enough. But or you could stick around, comment in the Twitch chat room, what have you. I am on location. It's like a dress rehearsal for the football season, Mark.
Thought you were doing that for the Hall of Fame game.
And I will be.
Are you prepping for the Hall of Fame game this week? Is that what's going on?
Well, do you remember a month ago I casually mentioned, hey, we had a pipe burst?
Right.
And we did in our laundry room, had a pipe burst. And all of a sudden went out during a commercial break and there was a flood in our main part of our condo. It's like, I hate when that happens. So we got every single towel that we had and we sopped it up. We have wood floors. And about 10 days went by and all of a sudden our wood floors started popping up in spots.
It's not good, David.
Well, it's not good when I have a mother-in-law on a walker and then my wife gets her knee replaced and she's on a walker.
It's a lot of walkers.
I've got chairs. Our living room area into our kitchen looks like the shuttle cone drill. I have chairs over all of the places on the floor where the floor has popped up because I can't have them step on it and what have you. So needless to say, I had to get new floors. So we're getting new flooring over the next few days. So
this must be, I mean, this is a lavish penthouse condominium you live in. At least that's what in my head, this is like, you might as well be in Central Park. You've had enough work done in this condo.
Oh, yeah. And once, a year from now, when I get to the bathrooms and get them done, oh, my goodness, this condo is going to be worth twice what we paid for it, which is good because we're dying in it. And we're never going to see the fruit of our labor. My daughter's going to get all that money. That's great. 20 minutes before the hour. Time for...
Uh-oh.
5 stories
there it
you
is.
Need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Hey, listen, at least Vicky's in good voice this morning.
That was on me. That was not on her. I was not ready for it. You caught me. And I know it's when we do the same thing every time. I didn't have a button pushed.
The Open Championship has come and gone, and the champion golfer of 2024 is Xander Schauffele. He shot a beautiful, maybe the best round of his life in the biggest situation of his life. 6 under 65 in the final round, bogey-free. Won his second major in 9 weeks. Beat Justin Rose and Billy Horschel by 2. By the way, gutsy performance by Horschel. He didn't hit the ball as well as most of the guys on the leaderboard. He got up and down from everywhere on Saturday. Took a one-shot lead into the final round. Had a couple of hiccups midway through the round when Schauffele had it going and, was a little too far back to catch him. But best ever finish for Horschel in a major, the former Gator, T2. John Rahm, Scotty Scheffler, both finished T7. Nice to see John Rahm actually playing golf. I didn't know he still did that. He's been so MIA. Britain's Daniel Brown, who was at the top or near the top of the leaderboard throughout, struggled on Sunday. Finally came back down to earth, shot a 3 over 74. He finished T10. LPGA.
Just quickly, I thought it was cool that Tristan Lawrence, who finished 4th, he hits it in the bunker and gets a little bit of a break on a second shot that he tried to clear the bunker. It bounced back out. He then proceeds to get up and down, but that put him at 4th. That gets him to Augusta.
Right.
Which, just some of the little things that are going on in the tournament. We're all watching the winners, and here Lawrence gets himself a trip to Augusta, a guy that plays on the DP World Tour, doesn't play in the States. I thought that was a nice finish for him as well.
Well, and in Brown's case, I'm trying to remember, is it top 8 gets you back next year in the Open Championship, or is it top 12? Because he finished one shot at a T7. Okay.
Yeah,
at even
10.
Right. And I don't know if that gets him in or if he has to qualify next year, because obviously he's a 29-year-old journeyman. This is the best showing in a major. LPGA Tour, they were in Ohio. 20-year-old Shanati Wanasan won the Dana Open by 1. That's her second win of the year. She just turned 20. Baseball. By the way, does baseball, I guess they did it because this coming weekend's the Olympics, but they just marked last week. They had the All-Star week, and this weekend was Hall of Fame weekend. That seems like a busy week, if you know what I mean. Usually I think it's like 10 days after All-Star game they do Hall of Fame weekend. I think the Olympics got in the way. Anyway, Adrian Beltre, Joe Mauer, Todd Helton, the players, Jim Leland, the manager, who officially went into the Hall of Fame yesterday. By the way, Leland went in representing the Tigers, which is interesting. Okay, made his mark as a manager first with the Pirates, won his World Series with the Marlins, but goes in representing the Tigers. Fair enough. Brave second baseman Ozzie Albies, broken left wrist. He did it on a tag play at second base. He's going to miss 8 weeks. Yeah, there's like 10 left in the season. So hopefully they can get him back for the playoffs. Braves lost 2 of 3 to the Cardinals over the weekend. St. Louis beat them 6-2 yesterday, hitting 4 homers. Phillies avoided the sweep in Pittsburgh, beat the Pirates 6-0. They're 8.5 up on the Braves. Marlins have taken 2 of 3 from the Mets. They'll wrap up the 4-game series tonight. Jazz Chisholm, a 3-run homer. Marlins better trade him before he gets hurt. 4-2 Marlins over the Mets. Rays hit 4 homers. They've taken 2 of 3 from the Yankees. All right, 6-4 the final. Texas avoids the sweep at the hands of Baltimore, winning 3-2. Dodgers hit 6 homers, sweeping the Red Sox 9-6. Kenley Jansen, by the way, will not accompany the Red Sox for their series in Colorado. Apparently, every time he pitches in Colorado, he has heart problems, and he's had to have his heart shocked back into rhythm. So he and the Red Sox came to an agreement when the schedule came out. Yeah, is it okay if I don't go to Colorado? They said, yeah, sure.
We prefer you live.
Yeah, we're big fans of living. All right. Seattle avoided the sweep at home. They beat Houston 6-4. Those teams are tied atop the American League West. It was 6 weeks ago that the Mariners led by 10 games. This just in. Milwaukee, a 2-game sweep of the Twins, 8-7. San Diego took 2 of 3 from the Guardians, 2-1. The Royals swept the White Sox, 4-1. Kansas City now ahead of Boston for the final playoff spot in the American League. See, that's what happens when you sweep your opponent and they get swept by theirs. White Sox have lost 7 in a row. Their winning percentage is less than 270. Less than 270. Unbelievable. The Nats swept our Reds, Mark. I think we're going to lose that bet.
That this weekend may have caused the loss. They were right there in a position.
I mean, so to review, in the last 2 weeks, they go into the Bronx and they sweep the Yankees and then proceed to get swept by, I think it was the Cubs and now the Nats. Right. Speaking of the Cubs, they scored 1 in the 9th to tie it, 1 in the 10th to win it. They beat Arizona 2-1 in 10. Hey, you don't see this every day, but the old manager getting ejected while coming out for the lineup cards. Yeah, that happened in Colorado. Bob Melvin, the Giants manager, got ejected. He said, yeah, I talk too much. Okay, they got tired of me talking. He goes, I didn't plan on it, but it just happened. Jorge Soler with the longest home run of the year, measured at 478 feet. Think about it. That's about a 160-yard. What do you hit 160? 8-iron, 9-iron? Okay, so the next time you got about 160 yards, okay, just look at the distance to the hole and go, that's how far Jorge Soler hit the ball, leading off the game in a 3-2 win. George Springer, 2 homers for the Jays. They avoided the sweep at the hands of the Tigers, 5-4. And the Angels with 5 in the 8th to avoid the sweep in Oakland. They beat the A's 8-5. Indy, the site of the NASCAR race, and they raced the oval. Thank goodness. Why are you racing the road course when you go to the Brickyard? Kyle Larson, a winner in overtime at the Brickyard 400. Tyler Reddick, who was on the pole and led the most laps, finished second. This just in, Ross Chastain 2 races ago, Mark, had like a 50-plus point lead for the final playoff spot. Bubba Wallace finished 5th, Ross 15th. Yeah, this is the second race in a row where Bubba's whooped Ross. Bubba's 7 points behind Chastain for the final playoff spot with 4 races left.
Ross had a tough break yesterday. He pits, comes out of a pit, it goes yellow.
Yep.
And that was the worst thing that could have happened to Ross Chastain. Battled back to get into the top 20, but that was a tough break for him. Also, it was a weird, they could have had a double overtime last night. I don't know if you watched the end of the race, but the car wrecked. They decide to leave it green until it goes to the white flag and then went to caution. It was very NASCAR, David.
Yeah, it was kind of like, hey, we got to get this race over with so NBC can go to the news.
Bingo.
Which wasn't breaking anymore. It was 4 hours old. Anyway.
And they had already sent it to the local news because they sent the end of at 6 o'clock, they sent the overtime to USA.
Right. Now, this is important to us. Only so much. By the way, NASCAR taking the next 2 weeks off because of the Olympics. I don't know about that.
Big crossover audience there, David.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. The Open Championship led into NASCAR. How about that little segue? NFL 31-year-old Shaq Barrett, who played the last 5 years in Tampa, had signed with the Dolphins in the offseason. He decided, my heart's not in it anymore. I'm going to spend time with my family. He retired. 9 years in the NFL, 59 sacks, 2 rings, 1 with Denver, 1 with Tampa Bay. Packers extend nose tackle Kenny Clark, 3 years, $64 million. Not bad for a 28-year-old run stuffer, but he had 7.5 sacks last year. Packers, by the way, transitioning to a 4-3 defense. They expect really big things out of Kenny Clark going forward. Basketball news, Boston extends forward Sam Hauser. Mark, they got the guts of that team signed for like the next 3 years, and they're over the second apron. The Celtics have no flexibility the next 2 years. Maybe they'll get a little bit when Horford retires, whenever that's going to be. But basically, this team the Celtics have right now, they're contractually locked in unless they start trading some guys for the next 3 years.
Well, that's good. They're a really good team. I'd like to have that team contractually locked in. What did they do this past season?
They won 64 games and then damn near didn't lose in the playoffs.
Okay, I'll lock that team in, take my chances.
By the way, the Cavs, after getting a new coach and signing Donovan Mitchell to a $50+ million a year deal, they just signed Evan Mobley to a rookie max deal. So he gets the 5 for $224. That's $45 a year, basically. If he is named to an all-NBA team, could be worth $269 million. It could be worth $54 million a year. He's 23, by the way. Good player, very good player. Don't know if he's a great player. Hope he becomes one. Hey, very quickly, college football news. First off, it's Big Ten and ACC media days this week. Number 1. Number 2, did you hear the news about Tom Brenneman?
Yeah, he's working the CW.
He is. He's going to do ACC games on the CW. Banished 4 years ago for his homophobic comments. Caught, it was during a break, but they aired. And Tom Brenneman doing ACC games on the CW beginning this year. And finally,
sorry.
It would be hysterical if midway through one of his broadcasts, he stopped and just did an imaginary Nick Castellanos home run call and then went back to the game. That would be drop dead funny. One other college football note, the Gators landed their best recruit so far in next year's recruiting class, an Orlando wide receiver, Vernell Brown III. He's a top 60 prospect in the country, technically a 4-star, but anyway, good news for Billy Napier on the recruiting trail. And as we approach 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
magic numbers 10, 33, 40, and 45. 10 days of the Hall of Fame game, 33 until Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Dublin. 40 days away from the first big Saturday of the college football season, and 45 days away, 6 weeks Thursday, Ravens and Chiefs.
Great show lined up for you today. Ron Sirak will join us to talk about the Open Championship. JP Peterson, give us a little Bucks preview as we continue our training camp profiles as we get ready for football season. And Bill Bender, who's at Big Ten Media Days, will join us as well on the show to talk all things Big Ten. A poll question's already up. Schauffele or Scheffler? Who's the PGA Tour Player of the Year? One's won a bunch, one's won 2 majors. You decide. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I'm not. We are not going down this road. Okay, we refuse. I do just want to read this one post on X. A guy named Joe. He just said, "Gotta say, as a Canadian, watching this season of America has been absolutely riveting. Kudos to the writers."
I like the one that you sent me yesterday. Democrats breaking up their core before the Leafs.
Tell me that can't be on the short list for post of the year.
I sent that to Kessel. He was dying. And we both got it, but he's good. David's good friends with the guy who's a diehard Leafs fan.
So of course he forwarded it.
Oh, yeah. He's like, I'm sending that to him. I'm like, oh, please, dude.
I pulled over. I was laughing so hard when I saw that one. Golly. The Democrats broke up their core before the Leafs did. Now that's funny. Doesn't matter what side you're on. Funny is funny. Yeah. For anybody who watched Sunday Night Baseball last night and you were marveling at how far Ohtani hit his homer, realize that Jorge Soler hit his 5 feet further or farther. Which is it? Vern would know. Vern was always great with that. Who or whom, further or farther. Vern was amazingly good at that. And a few other things. T. Haynes, is it just a regular PGA tournament or this week? Yeah, I don't know what this is. I'm at a Homewood Suites. I mean, it's nice. Wish I could take it with me. Someone tried unplugging the US and plugging it back in. That's one way to look at it. I don't know what's for breakfast. And I'm on the first floor too. I mean, it's 50 feet away.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend, and thanks for, starting your week off with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Ron Sirak later on this hour, looking back at the Open Championship and the champion golfer of 2024. JP Peterson, 1 hour from now, we'll talk a little Tampa sports. Mark, is it okay? And I want your permission first. Usually we're pretty good with interviews. Bad with poll questions, bad with teasing, pretty good at interviews. Is that a fair scouting report of Miller and Moulton?
That's a good scouting report.
Okay. So we have a poll question up, early. We've teased what's coming up on the show. We can even tease what's coming up the next couple of days. I mean, we got a good week lined up so far on paper anyway. But when we bring JP Peterson on, is it okay or is it inappropriate if I ask him, all right, so if you're a Tampa sports fan, you kept the Rays but lost Stamkos, okay, would you rather have it the other way? Is that me being a jerk?
That's snarky. That is you at your snarkiest right there, David.
I mean, it's been an eventful couple of weeks, been an eventful month. You kept the Rays, but you lost Stammer. All right. Is that the trade that the Rays Tampa sports fan wanted? That's really where I want to start.
Fair enough. I think
Okay.
they would keep the Rays just because Stammer, at best, was only going to give you a couple more years.
Okay. All right. So that'll be the first question for JP Peterson coming up in an hour. Bill Bender in 2 hours live
When
at
we
Big Ten.
fix college football. Sorry, I'm just doing teases now.
What are you, cowherd? All of a sudden, that's very national, talking head show there. That's very Greenberg cowherd there. Bill Bender to join us from Big Ten Media Days, where we're going to fix college football. What?
Right.
Huh?
Didn't know it was broken. Many people think that it is, however.
Remember we did the story a few months ago in which the FHSAA is allowing NIL for high school athletes?
Correct.
Did you see the story over the weekend in Southwest Florida? A couple of football players switched high schools because the one school's offering them more. I'm just okay. This is my poll question to you, and obviously to everybody listening. And vote 21,000 on the text line, or chime in if you're watching us on Twitch in the Twitch chat room. Which one is going to alienate the sports fan more? The amount of money college, in parenthesis, high school athlete is going to get paid the rest of this decade, or B, the amount of money the NBA player is going to make the rest of this decade, because NBA players are going to routinely be making $40 to $60 million a year.
And by the end of the decade, there will be players making $1 million a game.
Yes, they will be drawing an $80 million salary. And of course, with load management, they'll only be playing in 63 games. So I'm just curious, like Ohio State has spent more this offseason than the Miami Heat.
Yeah, bigger roster.
True. And you could argue, though, that the Heat had more needs. Got to be honest. I could argue that the Heat are lacking at more positions than the Buckeyes were heading into their offseason. But I'm just curious, what do you think is going to alienate the sports fan more? Because, sports fan gets jealous. Financially, they get jealous.
The high school NIL is hysterical and nauseating all at the same time. Because in Florida, where you can play for seemingly 3 different schools in 3 different semesters.
They've said that. They've said you could play football one school, basketball one school, and baseball or what have you at another. You can.
It will be interesting to see how some of these schools manipulate NIL because the football championship's the last one left from a high school standpoint. The high school basketball championship isn't, I'm sure it's still huge in Indiana. I get it. But because of AAU, high school sports, particularly basketball, is not what it once was. Coaches, the college coach goes to the AAU tournament to scout the player, doesn't go to the high school game to scout the player the way he once did. Has relationships with the AAU coaches, not the high school coaches. But in football, it's still the high school. And in football, the high school championship is still a big deal, particularly in some areas. And I can't imagine with free will spending how bad it will get.
Okay. Now, can we have a really honest conversation, though? Really honest. You and I are in our 50s. So think of the time that we grew up in, what, decade it was that we both went to high school. The answer is the 80s, right? We all knew schools who cheated.
Mine. I went to a
Okay,
Catholic high school. We cheated like a son of a gun.
like I said, we all knew schools that cheated.
My favorite story, just quickly, David, to tell you that I knew that we cheated. We had a great two-sport athlete, Henry Underwood. And Hank's mom did the laundry for Coach Boyd. That was how they paid his tuition
Okay.
to the Catholic school. And at the end of the season, the last envelope came for Hank, and it was twice as much, or it was more than it was supposed to be. And Hank never gave any of the money back because I just thought it was for a really good season.
Either that or it's because your mom got the clothes really clean. Really clean. This is to pay for the
Good
detergent.
year.
Okay. It's for a little more fabric softener next year, Hank. All right. So, like I said, we all knew high schools that cheated. You know, our home base is the state of Florida. All right. It's legendary schools that in this state that the rest of the state is like, oh yeah, they buy players. So now it's legal, which is just like in big time college sports. We've all assumed that certain schools not only did the $100 handshakes in the parking lot, they put cash in brown paper bags. Okay, we've all assumed that. And there's no evidence, by the way, that our assumption was incorrect. So the fact that it's now above board, what's the problem?
It just looks it's unseemly. It doesn't look good to many people, a high school athlete getting paid to play high school football. It's uncomfortable for a lot of people, David.
I understand. I get it. I do. By the way, it's also for athletes that are not just football and basketball. I mean, I know of a high school girl, 16, I believe she is. Okay, and she's a volleyball player. And there's a high school talking to her and her family about being able to, do a little something for them. Okay, great. I mean, the fact that we're now in many states, not all states. I mean, there are states listening to us right now where they don't have NIL at the high school level. And so some of those, but you also know, be honest with us, you also know schools in your state who have been doing the NIL thing illegally for as long as you have followed the high school scene in your state. So what's the problem? I mean, do we want to go back to cash in a brown paper bag and just rumor and innuendo that so-and-so's cheating and all of a sudden he's driving a certain car and mom or dad has a certain job?
It is high school sports, David.
I know.
I mean, this isn't just a moonlighting at the McDonald's so you got enough money to pay for prom, if you know what I mean.
I got you. I do.
And the revenue that, this is not like high school sports are generating the revenue necessary in the television deals that, at least in college, we can look at the money that's involved at the highest level and justify it. It just is tougher for a lot of us to look at the high school sports in which they're still asking us, the parents, to help support it financially, but then they want to pay kids.
I agree. And most of us, if we were pulled aside, would be like, I'd much rather contribute the money so that there's enough school supplies in all the classrooms. Never mind teachers' salaries. Absolutely. Come on. But once again, we deal in sports, which most of the time we say is not the real world. It's a fantasy world. And it's a glorious fantasy world most of the time. But, I mean, if we go back to, NIL is not legal. So we're going to go back to, okay, we're pretty sure this school cheats, this school cheats, this school cheats. I mean, is that what we want? Because it's not like the money's going to dry up at those schools. They're not going to stop buying players and kids all of a sudden the junior and senior year transferring across town to go to this school. And we all know why.
No, David, it's just an ugly look. It was one thing to have David Moulton move into the apartment that was within the district that we kept around for a good player's kid.
Right.
It's another to be cutting checks to the player. That's all.
I hear you. I hear you. And by the way, we all know that David Moulton did not move into the district. He just changed the paperwork alleging that he moved into the district. He's still sleeping in the same bed that he was sleeping in before. He's just now claiming that for hardship reasons, okay, he's moved in with Aunt Kathy.
And as it's pointed out in the Twitch chat room, this is the system that Miller and Moulton wanted.
Yes.
We wanted, I don't know if we were ever advocating for high school kids to get paid, but we wanted the college athlete to get paid.
Right. And for the record, we were not advocating for high school kids. We weren't. Okay. But we were advocating for college kids to get far more than the scholarship. We were. And we still are. It's a mess. They don't have it corralled. We'd corral it, by the way. We'd corral it before the end of the show. They just don't want to do it the way we want to do it. We'd have this sucker done by 8 o'clock if they do it our way. Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Worth.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, in a loss, Irish football. I did see that. Mariners GM should already be fired. They were 10 games up. Everybody knew they still needed offense desperately. He had plenty of opportunity. He's got the system in place. He's got pitching. You mean to tell me you can't trade pitching for a bat? I'm telling you, he's going to get fired at the end of the year when they miss the playoffs, and Kim Ang is going to be named general manager of the Mariners. And the Mariners are one of those teams, Irish football, if they made the playoffs, nobody would want to face them. They're like the Pirates. That's another one. Harrington, the former Red Sox GM. Go make a couple deals. You need 2 bats. Go get them. You just took 2 or 3 from the Phillies. You got a big series with the Cardinals. You lined your pitching up so that your 3 best pitchers will go. Oh, you need a first baseman desperately. I would, because I think you're getting a year and a half out of Vladdy. Vladdy's not a free agent at the end of the year, is he? I thought he's got 1 year left. Yeah, he's not unrestricted until 2026. He's got 1 more year arbitration. He'll make like low 20s next year. Yeah, but Feeney, I told you, they may be in the tank, but they'll beat the Mets.
Yep. You did call that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You ever miss any part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. Within about an hour of the show ending, Mark puts everything up on our website. It's going to be a revamped website, by the way, in the next couple of weeks. I think you're going to like it. millerandmoulton.com. Ron Sirak will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time.
Let's be honest, even if you don't like it, you'll be able to get the podcast there, and that's the most important thing we can give you on the website.
There you go.
21,000 is the text line. You can text anything. You can text sponsor to it. We'd appreciate that. But you can text whatever you'd like to 21,000 as well.
Ron Sirak coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Our poll question is about the topic that is, most near and dear to Ron Sirak. Golf. So who you voting for? PGA Tour Player of the Year. Scheffler, 6 wins. The Players, the Masters. Schauffele, 2 wins, both of them majors.
I think the fact that Scheffler has the Players, that he'll end up getting it because they put that, the golf world puts that in a lot higher esteem than I think you and I do, David.
Here's my thing about Scheffler winning the Player of the Year. He's already won 1 Player of the Year award that he didn't deserve. Cam Smith would have won it, but before the year ended, he went to LIV, so they didn't give him Player of the Year. Cam Smith should have won Player of the Year 2 years ago. All right. And so Scheffler's already backdoored his way into a Player of the Year award.
This wouldn't be backdooring his way into one, though. With
No,
16.
it wouldn't.
I mean,
but it's not often, Mark. You win more majors than I do, okay, and you don't win Player of the Year.
I got you. If
mean,
it was just the Masters and not the Players, I think that, and I voted for Scheffler, or for Schauffele, rather. I think the two majors should hold more weight than one major in the Players and 4 other tournaments. But I think Scotty Scheffler will win it because I think the golf world puts a lot more emphasis on the Players than you and I do. That's all.
All right. Can you play a game with me?
Do you want to play a game? Sure.
Look at you going all war games. All right. That's only a 41-year-old reference right there.
Our audience is old. A couple of them knew what the hell I was talking about. The rest are confused.
All right. Buy, hold, or sell. Are you ready? You ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Orioles.
Buy.
They're 2 up on the Yankees, by the way, 3 in the loss column. Yankees.
Definitely buy.
Red Sox, a game out of the playoffs after a lost weekend in Los Angeles, tied in the loss column for the final playoff spot.
Hold or buy. Would not sell, obviously.
The Rays have taken 2 of 3 so far in the Bronx. They're back over 500. They are, however, 4.5 out of the final playoff spot, 4 in the loss column. 50 and 49 Rays, buy, hold, or sell.
Sell.
So not a hold.
Sell.
Okay. Jays 9 below 500.
Sell everything.
Sell, Mortimer, sell. All right, Guardians.
40-year-old movie references. That's
Yeah.
2 in 5 minutes. Well done.
At least one of them was famous. Guardians 5 up on both the Twins and the Royals.
Don't do that to me. Don't act like one was famous and one wasn't on at 10 o'clock in the morning every day for 2 years on HBO. War Games was on so much that you couldn't help but watch it if you had HBO.
My wife loves it. Okay, my wife watches it just to see the one line where the big the guy in charge with all the medals and what have you. I don't know, admiral, colonel, whatever he is. Okay, and I don't know if I can say this line, but I'm going to say it. I know I can say it. It's just inappropriate. I apologize to the kids in the car if there are any. Okay, but at least I'm doing it in July when no one's going to school. Okay, his line is, "Hell, I'd piss on a spark plug if it'd make any difference. Or if it'd do any good. I'd piss on a spark plug if it'd do any good." My wife watches that whole movie just for that line.
Just for that line.
Just for that line. Guardians.
Buy.
Okay. Now remember, that involves spending money. And you guys, you guys won't go to Publix and buy groceries. You're so cheap. So, okay. Twins and Royals tied 5 back of the Guardians. They'd be the 5 and 6 seeds today.
Both should be buyers.
I agree, especially the Royals. Tigers got to within a game of 500, but lost yesterday. They've been playing really well. They are 6 out of the playoffs. Buy, hold, or sell?
Sell.
You've got to sell?
Yes.
Okay. All right, because you've got some parts that people would love. You've got Jack Flaherty. You've got at least 2 starting pitchers that you could unload. You could get something if you want to sell.
Now, they want a king's ransom for the left-hander that pitched in the All-Star game, but I would be selling if I was Detroit.
All right. White Sox, by the way. I mean, that's obvious.
Fold. Is that an option?
Winning percentage of
they are 27 and 74.
Correct. They're 33 and a half games out, and they're still 40% of the season still to play. Houston and Seattle tied for first in the West.
Both should be buyers.
Yeah, definitely agree. By the way, they both could be going after the same guy. They both need corner players. Okay, they're both looking for a first baseman. What do you do if you're Texas? You just lost 2 out of 3. You're 5 below 500. You're only 5 back, though, for the division lead.
Well, I would sell, and I know that they're expecting pitching to come back the same way the Rays are. I just don't know if it's enough. Their run differential is about dead even. They would have to play some incredible baseball these last games, but I would be hold to sell.
Okay. I'd give it one more series this week. Maybe I'd give it the whole week. Trade deadline's a week tomorrow. Angels and A's obviously should be huge sellers. Listen, I'd look at unloading Trout if I could, if I'm the Angels. I know he's been hurt and hasn't played in 3 months, but what else is new? All right, Phillies, best record in baseball, 8.5 up in the East.
I may hold. I mean, I if there's the right part to buy, but I'm not messing with this team too much, David. I may tinker, but I'm not doing anything major.
They could use a right-hand hitting outfielder. They could use one more arm in the bullpen for what it's worth. Braves right now are solidly in as the 4 seed. They've got about a 3-game lead on the Cardinals for the 4 seed.
Way their injuries have gone, I think they have to be buyers.
I'm with you. Mets are, I think, tied for the final playoff spot in the National League. That sounds about right. Yeah. Them and the Padres and Arizona all tied for the final playoff spot. Pirates a half game behind them. So you got 4 teams within a half a game for one playoff spot.
David, I'm going to defer. What would you do if you were the Mets right now?
The Mets have to buy. The Mets have only made the playoffs 10 times in over 60 years. The Mets can sniff a playoff spot. They've got obvious needs. The Mets should buy. Now, I don't think the Mets should go crazy, but I do think the Mets should buy. Washington and Miami should both be sellers.
Absolutely.
The Brewers lead by 5 over the Cardinals.
They should be buyers.
Yes, they should. Don't know what they could buy. They spend money the way the Guardians do, and maybe a little more. Give it up to the Cardinals, man. On a nice 2-month run here, they're now 5 over 500, 5 back, and solidly the 5 seed right now in the National League.
And I'd be a buyer if I were the Cardinals.
With a minus 31 run differential also. So you wonder if they're kind of a little bit of fool's gold here. Pirates over 500, a half a game out of the final playoff spot.
Got to be a buyer.
Got to be.
Got to be.
Ben Cherington, you should be fired if you're not buying. With the pitching that you have, there's not a playoff series you can't win. You need a little more offense. Cubs, 5 below 500. They're in the same spot as the Texas Rangers, Mark. They're like 4 games out of a playoff spot, 5 below 500. This was the time last year they went on their run. You're going to give it one more week?
I'm going to hold for a week.
Okay. Reds, same deal. They just got swept by the Nats.
Same deal. That was a tough series to lose.
All right. Dodgers should buy. Obviously, Arizona, San Diego, they're both on the cusp of the playoffs. They should buy. If you're the Giants, same deal. 3 out of the playoffs, 4 below 500.
Hold for a week.
And the Rockies obviously should sell everything. All right. There you go. A little buy, hold, or sell 8 days before the baseball trade deadline. Miller and Moulton. Ron Sirak. Talk a little Open Championship next. Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I did say when Xander finally won one, he'd win like 4 or 5.
No, I actually, for the record, David, just so you know, I reached out to 1070. He emailed me back that they're having problems there. It's not us, not the satellite.
Oh, I knew it wasn't us. But by the way, so we have a player of the year who's won 6 times, a major of the players, and he can't putt. Is this not the most amazing thing?
Ron's on.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour, JP Peterson at the top of the hour, little Tampa sports scene, looking ahead to Bucks training camp, which gets underway in full swing in 24 hours. Bill Bender, a little more than an hour from now, will join us live from Big Ten Media Days. Ron Sirak is kind enough to join us right now. Ron covers golf for a living, has for a long time, a great writer, contributes to the Golf Channel. He writes at ronsirak.com, S-I-R-A-K, ronsirak.com, and that's where you also follow Ron on X at Ron Sirak, S-I-R-A-K. Ron, it's David and Mark once again. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Always fun to watch the end of the British Open, but now we got to wait 9 months for the next major.
I was thinking about that, Ron, because obviously the Olympics are coming up, but the PGA was always last. Has this new schedule worked for you?
Well, I think it has, in the sense that the PGA Tour, look, what they wanted to accomplish was get away from the NFL and college football season, and they've done that. And now we've got, essentially starting with the Players' Championship in March, we have a big event in every month, March through July, and this year we'll have Olympic golf in August. So I do think it works. We tend to lose sight of pro golf once we get into that fall football season. So I think it's worked well.
Do you think that they should move the President's and/or Ryder Cup up to August? I know that would get in the way of the, FedEx Cup with a huge cash grab. So, doubt it would ever happen. But like you said, if you're trying to stay away from football, tough to preeminent team competitions during football season.
Yeah, and the other thing I like about moving it up is the weather when they're in Europe. You're much less likely to have really brutal weather in August than you are in late September. I don't think it's gonna move. And remember, it's the PGA of America that controls the Ryder Cup, not the PGA Tour. So they will keep fitting it into their schedule.
Xander Schauffele yesterday was about as perfect as you can be. Just talk about his round yesterday, your thoughts on what he accomplished with those type of pressure situations and seemingly made it look easy all day long.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it after he won the PGA Championship, where, I sort of had that feeling that we might see a Scotty Scheffler-like burst from Xander, that now that he finally got his first major after going 0 for 27 in the majors, that they would start to come in bunches, and we may be seeing in Xander the new Scotty Scheffler emerging here. What he did yesterday was nothing short of remarkable. He's the first guy in the Masters era, which started in 1934, to win 2 majors in the same year by closing with 65 on the final round. He's now one of only 7 guys to win the PGA Championship and the Open Championship in the same year. And the way he did it yesterday, he played with such calm. He started out with 5 straight pars, just getting his feet on the ground. Then he puts it away by making 6 birdies in the next 11 holes. And he made every putt that he needed, and just played. He played aggressive and under control at the same time, and that's a huge skill. That's a skill that Jack Nicklaus was absolutely brilliant at. But we're seeing Xander now with his legs fully underneath him, and there's going to be more of these majors to come for him.
Ron, what's the common denominator of all the golfers that you've talked to over the last 40 plus years? I mean, Xander couldn't finish. So what you pointed out about winning 2 majors and doing so by shooting 65s and having to shoot 65s. He only beat DeChambeau by a shot. He was only 2 ahead of a couple guys here. He had to shoot these 65s basically to win. Xander was not a finisher, and he certainly wasn't a finisher in the majors. What, of all the golfers, male and female, that you talk to, what's the common denominator from those that are turning 30 who all of a sudden can finish?
Well, it's when your belief catches up to your ability. They're all really good golfers out there. They're all incredibly talented. but it's getting to that point where you finally believe in how good you are, and you believe you can get it done. Look, Jack Nicklaus only shot 65 when he needed to shoot a 65. Otherwise he'd go out and hit 70 to death. He'd just keep shooting 70 till you went out of your mind. And what Xander has realized now is that he started that round yesterday like, okay, I'm just going to make pars. I'm not going to get into any trouble. And then he realized he had to put the pedal down, and he did. It's that belief. The great line, and I think I've told you this before, that Tom Weisskopf said about Nicklaus, said on Sunday, Jack knew he was going to beat you. You knew Jack was going to beat you, and Jack knew that you knew that he was going to beat you. And I think Xander is starting to get that sort of confidence, that belief in himself. Tiger Woods never doubted himself 1 minute that he was going to win on Sunday. The three greatest winners that I've covered are Nicklaus Woods and Annika Sorenstam, and all three of them, every time they teed it up, thought they were going to win.
And Ron, Xander did that. The first 4 holes were the ones that were gettable. You were supposed to make some hay early, and he just made those pars, but was relentless on some more difficult holes. And it seemed that there was no part of his game that was lacking yesterday.
Yeah, his ability to keep the ball out of trouble, and that is, Troon is a really, really a true links golf course in that it's an out and back golf course. So you're going to get 1 9 into the wind, the other 9 with the wind. So there's all, and he knew how to, he knew when to attack, how to attack. And he read, he read the field. He read his opponents. He saw what else was going on out there, and knew when to apply pressure. One of the things I love about the British Open is because the greens are not as contoured as we're used to seeing in the United States, and because they don't putt at the same green speed here, you can try to make more putts there. You see guys over 20 footers, and at the U.S. Open or a Masters, you're lagging that 20-footer down, hoping for a tap-in for your second putt. But at the British Open, you can putt aggressively and try to make those putts. And we saw Xander time and again roll in 12, 15, 18-footers.
Talking golf with Ron Sirak, contributor to the Golf Channel. He writes at ronsirak.com, Sirak. Ron Sirak. It's also how you follow him on X at Ron Sirak. Well, we're talking about putting, so we're going to get Scotty Scheffler. I mean, Ron, this is remarkable. He's got 6 wins, a major, a players, and he can't putt. I mean, he is not a good putter except at Augusta. I mean, it's remarkable. Has there ever been a golfer that's been the best golfer in the world who can't putt?
Yeah, the closest that I can think is Vijay Singh was never a great putter. But you got to be, and Pia Nilsson and Lynn Marriott, the 2 coaches that I write books with, they like to say, you don't have to be great at everything, but you have to be good enough, and Scotty is great at everything except putting. He can get good enough. I'm a believer that great putters are born. They're not made. There's something in their hands. There's something in their eyes. You can't teach Tiger Woods what Tiger Woods did. You can't teach Jack Nicklaus. But a poor putter or a below average putter can become an adequate putter. And it seems for a little bit when Scotty first made the change to the mallet putter that he was getting it. But now he's slipped back. We saw it with Justin Rose also yesterday. If Justin Rose had putted a little bit, he could have won that tournament. It's the majors are won on the greens, no question about it.
Well, it's our poll question today, Ron. PGA Tour Player of the Year, Schauffele or Scheffler? Who would you vote for?
That's a tough one. It's really a tough one now, because I guess we got to see how the playoffs play out. I probably would still, the Golf Writers Association of America, it's a vote. I probably would still be voting for Scheffler at this point, because look at it. When Scheffler hasn't won a major, he's been in contention, not just the majors, he's been in contention in every tournament he's played. It just seems like he always has a chance to win. I think all those wins that he had out there in a row, he would have my vote right now.
Can you recall somebody winning 2 majors and not being Player of the Year?
Yeah, I have to think back on that. I'm not sure that I do. I know that Patrick Harrington was Player of the Year when he did it. Nick Price was Player of the Year when he did it.
Rory 10 years ago.
It's hard to think of somebody who won 2 majors and didn't win Player of the Year. There might not be in one.
All right. I just mentioned his name. Now it's 10 full years, and he's got to wait the 9 long months till the Masters. And clearly the Masters is in his head. He'll be 35. We've documented that there are a lot of great golfers who never won a major after the age of 34. How in the world do you explain how Rory played this week if it's not from the neck up?
Yeah, the word of caution for Xander Schauffele is the last person to win the PGA and the British Open in the same year was Rory McIlroy 10 years ago, and he's not won a major since then. It baffles me. I was expecting big things from him this week after what happened at the Open. I thought we'd have a big bounce back from him. But, boy, you talk about somebody who's – and for as much as Rory's won now, you talk about somebody whose belief system and his ability aren't on the same page. It's Rory. And I felt this way from the very beginning. I covered the first PGA Tour event that he won when he shot 62 on Sunday at Quail Hollow to win at the age of 20. When he has his best game, he is the best player in the world, but he does not know how to struggle. He's never figured that out. He gets down on himself quickly. When things start to go sideways from him, you see it in his body language. I don't know if he's ever going to get past that.
Ron, as always, appreciate you making time for us. We love your insight, and got the Olympics coming up and then the FedEx season. Hopefully we can talk again.
Xander Schauffele, defending champion in the gold medal. So we'll see how that plays out.
That is right. Ron Sirak. You'll see him on the Golf Channel. He writes at ronsirak.com, Sirak. And you can follow him on X at Ron Sirak, Sirak. Big baseball fan, I believe Red Sox. So, while he loved the weekend with the Open Championship, Red Sox losing 3 in L.A., his Wheaties didn't taste that good this morning.
Well, they did get bounced out of the final playoff spot, but it was the Dodgers.
They were good games, too. Dodgers just better. And imagine if the Dodgers had half their team.
Don't even recognize them when they play, for crying out loud.
It's just, the guys on the injured list would be a playoff team for the Dodgers. Really would, especially in the National League. So, but anyway, Ron Sirak talking a little golf, and we did mention our poll question. And I know, not the sexiest. Oh my goodness, you guys are going golf, blah, blah, blah. Well, can't you do something with hot dogs next time? But Player of the Year in golf, do you go with the guy who's won 2 majors in Schauffele, or do you go with the guy who's recognized as number 1 player of the world, won the 6 wins this year, including the Masters and the Players, where he edged Schauffele? He actually chased him down from behind and beat him by 1. Scotty Scheffler. Schauffele or Scheffler? Sounds like a law firm, doesn't it?
It does. It's for sure an accounting agency.
Tell you what, though, the commercials between Scheffler and Schauffele would be boring, wouldn't they?
Well, they're both kind of boring.
Right. That's what I mean. Imagine if it was
That's
the law
why
firm.
I went accounting.
If it was the accounting firm of Schauffele and Schauffele, of the 2 of them, which one's the lead spokesman? Bring your taxes to, Scheffler and Schauffele.
Trust us like you trust me with a putt.
And that's when Xander goes, not you, Scotty, me.
Exactly. Scotty, you can drive for show. I'll putt for dough, and we'll take care of this.
So it made me think when Ron was telling the Weiskopf story about Nicholas. So they're playing in the World Team Golf Competition, like November, December internationally. And they're paired together. And Jack knocks it to 25 feet on the first hole, and Weiskopf knocks it to about 15 feet for birdie. And Jack says to Weiskopf, pick it up. Tom goes, what are you talking about? I'm half the distance. And Jack goes, pick it up. Tom's like, Jack. Jack goes, I'm going to make the putt, and we are going to rattle these guys. They'll be done. Okay. And so Weiskopf picks it up, and Jack makes a 25-footer walking off the first green. And the reporter says to Weiskopf, "You remember how the match went?" He goes, "Yeah, we won 6-5."
Do you imagine saying that to your playing partner?
Can you imagine
Not
being
one inside of him. Pick that up.
Imagine being that confident.
That's beyond confident. That's cocky.
That is arrogant. Oh. Miller and Moulton. J.P. Peterson coming up after the top of the hour.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Ugly Bag of Water. Peter Jacobson wrote a book. A good read. And Jacobson told a story about the 84 Memorial, which was Jack's second to last win, as it turned out. And Jack's 44, and obviously it's his tournament. And Jack's making a run on Sunday. Big run. And Jacobson lags up, I forget what hole, it's pretty late in the round, lags up like a 30-footer to 2.5 feet. And as he's walking by Jack says, "Put it out." And Jacobson stops and says, "Jack, I really don't want to. I'd like to take my time over that." And Jack goes, "I understand, Peter, but I'm going to make this 20-footer, and this place is going to go absolutely crazy. And your putt is going to be a lot harder after I make this birdie. And Jacobson wrote in which he said, listen, I knew there was a lot that separated me from Jack Nicklaus, but I have never, ever been that confident over a putt before, ever. And for him to be that confident to actually tell the guy he's playing with what it is he should do. And Jacobson goes, and Jack was right because he made it. And it was just madness. Everybody running around. And he said it was one of the harder 2.5, 3-footers I ever had to make. I haven't seen Jake in 5 years. I don't know if he still lives in Southwest Florida half the time or not.
JP's on phone.
Oh, okay.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and the 904, entering the final hour in Lake City and Port Charlotte and Venice. We are Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bill Bender will join us 1 hour from now, live from Big Ten Media Days. JP Peterson's kind enough to join us right now, host of the JP Peterson Show at fanstreamsports.com, fanstreamsports.com, and you can follow JP on X at fanstreamjp, fanstreamjp. JP, it's David and Mark. How you been?
David and Mark, Miller and Moulton, my favorite morning show. What's up, boys? It's football season, and I can't freaking wait. Let's go.
All right. Now, I've told my co-host I'm going to ask you this question right out of the hopper. It is snarky, okay? You can say and beat me about the head and chest, and I deserve it. But to the Tampa Bay sports fan in the last 3 weeks, they've kept the Rays and lost Stamkos. Is that the trade they wanted to make?
Wow, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'm going to say this. I'm going to go outside the box. Nobody wanted to lose Stamkos, and nobody wanted that freaking stadium in St. Pete. It's I'm not a big fan. I'm glad they got it done. If they get it done, I still think there's a long way to go. Like a long way to go. But losing Stamkos was a heartbreaker. I don't know if you guys read his Players Tribune article, but man, that was a heartbreaker. And I've known Steven since he was a rookie. I've covered every season of his, and it's heartbreaking. And I can tell you this, he did not want to leave. he did not want to leave. And he was willing to take a lot less money to stay. But I think the organization was very set on moving on and getting younger, getting faster, getting better defensively, which they've done, all of that. I think on paper they're a better team, but you don't win on paper. His leadership is something that you cannot quantify on any analytics sheet, and it's the reason that they have 2 cups. So who's going to fill that leadership vacuum? Is it going to be Ryan McDonough? Yeah, he's a great leader. Not Steven Stamkos. Is it going to be Victor Hedman? He's not that type of guy, but a great player. So we'll see. And as far as the Rays go, hopefully they're here to stay. There's still a couple of votes that need to be taken, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. I know for a fact that there are 2 groups that are trying to buy the team. What happens when this vote goes through? Is Stu going to sell? I think there's a very good chance of that. What happens with the new ownership group? Do they come in and want to build in Tampa? The ones that I've talked to say no, they don't want to build in St. Pete. So I still think this is very much, they told us this was done 4 times, and it's still not done. And no matter how much media you read that tells you it's done, till the shovels are in the ground, until concrete is being poured, we'll see.
Still have the vote with the county coming up at the end of the month. That's the next hurdle in the Rays stadium agreement. All right. We had Sal Palantonio on a week and a half ago and just kind of threw it an underhand. And just threw it an underhand. Who did you have a good vibe on? And I was not expecting the answer that he gave. He said the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's high on the Bucs. Are you high on the Bucs this year?
Listen, you guys, I have searched my soul and said, don't be a homer. Don't be looking at this through pewter glasses. And I've really tried to dig in. But I'm telling you, they've made all the right moves. And being around the team, there is a vibe that I felt before in championship teams. I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl this year, but there is a vibe on this team of togetherness, of family. Everything is fallen into position. The personalities are all in line. Baker's a chip on the shoulder guy. This franchise is a chip on the shoulder franchise. This city is a chip on your shoulder city. It all lines up. And they've addressed all of their needs in the offseason. I don't know if Yaya Diaby's going to be a 17-sack guy this year, but I know he's got the tools to do it, and he's got the motivation. I don't know if Cansey's going to be a 10-sack guy, but I know he's got the tools, and I know he's got the motivation. Their defensive secondary is so much better than it was last year. They were a dumb football team last year in terms of football IQ defensively. They made way too many mistakes. They got rid of Ryan Neal. They got rid of Carlton Davis. They got rid of Devin White. Those were the guys that were making the critical mistakes. They're faster, so fast in the secondary, so much better, so much smarter. I think the defense is tremendously better. And offensively, this new offensive coordinator is better. I'm sorry, than last year. This is just he knows the run game. Dave Canales was a great guy. He gave great press conferences. Love that dude. But they never scored a touchdown there on their opening drive. They were terrible in the red zone. They could not run the football. They're going to be better at all of those things this year. Their offensive line is going to be immeasurably better with Graham Barton in the middle, everybody in the right place. So everywhere I go down, segment by segment on this team, they've improved. In some places, vastly improved. And I've talked to Sal about this, and he's seen it, and he feels it, and he knows it. This team is ready to win. And I think the easiest bet is over 7.5 wins in Vegas and them winning the NFC South for a 4th straight year. That's I won both those bets last year, and I think I'm going to win both of them this year.
JP Peterson, host of the JP Peterson Show at FanStream Sports, FanStreamSports.com. Follow JP on X at FanStreamJP, FanStreamJP. Listen, JP, you were tight with Arians. Okay, you are tight in that room. You know the heartbeat of the Bucs. When did Todd Bowles get a hold of this team? Because they're losing 4th quarter late at Atlanta. And if they lose that game, they fall to 4-7. They're done. He's getting fired. So when did this become Todd Bowles' team and not just Todd coaching Bruce's team?
Well, you notice that whole diatribe I just mentioned that I did not mention Todd Bowles. And that's another great question. And I think it was at the end of the last season when he finally sat Devin White down. And I think, the handling of Devin White has handicapped him. He played favorites. He loved that young man. He tried to give him every opportunity. And I think it sent a bad message to the team. And once they sat him down, I think this team got rolling better defensively. I think Todd Bowles is the biggest question mark. And I love Todd Bowles as a human. I love the dude. And I'm pulling for him so much. But he has not been a good game coach. He has failed in terms of personnel and allowing guys to play that should not be playing. And I think maybe he's gotten over that hump. He's still got to be a better game coach. He's got to be more aggressive with his timeouts, especially in the first half to get an extra possession. He's got to be better in challenges. He's got to be more assertive on game day. And just in terms of his personality, he's become more assertive. You could see it in the press conferences. He's more confident in himself and who he is. And I think that's making him a better coach. So I hope that he can take that next step and become an elite game coach, because you need that to win a Super Bowl. And to me, that's the thing that's holding it back. And I know that sounds mean on Todd Bowles, but I do love the guy, and I'm pulling for him. I hope he can get there. And I think he's progressed as a head coach. So I think that's kind of the last piece of the puzzle. The roster is good enough to make a deep playoff run. I don't know if it's Super Bowl good. I don't know that, but I think they're good enough to get to that Final 8 and Final 4 again.
Their running game last year was passing the ball to Rachaad White. Are they going to be more committed to the run this year, JP?
Yeah, that's the thing. And Liam Cohen, I mean, if you watched Bucs football last year, how many times did they go double tight end, short splits, and try to move people off the ball and run the ball? They didn't have the linemen to do it. It's a fool's game in today's NFL with the size and speed of these players. You've got to make them defend 53 and a half yards. And that's what Liam Cohen does. 3 wide is his base offense. I don't think you'll ever see him in double tights. And that creates space. Rachaad White is a space runner. He is not a between the tackles hammer. And that's what they tried to make him last year. When he's in space, he makes guys miss. But he's rarely in space when he's carrying the ball, because they're running predictably up the middle, trying to get movement, and they can't get it with Robert Hainsey at center. So now they're going to be a much more diverse running team, a much more athletic running team, a much more open space running team. That alone will make them immeasurably better, just in scheme. And Liam Cohen could run the ball in Kentucky. He's got the Los Angeles Rams, Sean McVay pedigree. He knows what he's doing, and I believe he's got the tools to do it. So, yes, I think Rachaad White's going to have a big year if he stays healthy. I like him. I think he's a really, really good back. He's a smart back. And this year I think he's going to get a chance to show. And Bucky Irving, man, that kid is just an explosive weapon. And I can't wait to see how they use him in the passing game and the running game. So I think the running game is, again, all these things I'm talking about, there's reasons for them. And I think the opportunity is tremendous for this team.
JP, got about 90 seconds left. How did Jason Light get Baker Mayfield to accept only $35 million when Daniel Jones is making $40? How did he get Mike Evans to accept $20 to $21 million when number 2 wide receivers are getting $25 to $28? Honestly, I think Jason Light had an amazing offseason.
Oh my God, a tremendous offseason, and he's going to get the Tristan Wirfs deal done. They're going to get that done. Listen, that goes back to the first thing I talked about, right? Like a well-written story, right? We're coming back to the beginning. This family atmosphere. This is something that you can feel. It's palpable with this team. Guys taking less money for other guys. Look where Baker Mayfield's been. He could sit there and say, "Oh, I want Daniel Jones money," and he would have been out the door. But he knew, you know what? I don't need Daniel Jones money. I like where I'm at. I finally got a fit. I'm finally where they want me. And I know I'm not a transcendent quarterback that needs $50 million. Because that's going to take away from Mike Evans. That's going to take away from getting Jordan Whitehead. That's going to take away from getting Wirfs signed. He's a team player, and he proved it with his contract. Mike Evans did the same damn thing. So once guys start doing that and sacrificing for the whole, that's when the magic happens. And that's what I see with this team right now.
JP Peterson, he does the show every day, begins at 10 o'clock. It's the JP Peterson Show, FanStream Sports, fanstreamsports.com. Follow JP on X at FanStreamJP, FanStream.
Follow me at the JP Peterson Show now.
Oh, okay.
The old account, well, that's a whole new story.
Okay. The JP, there you go, the JPPetersonShow.com, the JPPetersonShow.com. All right.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
JP.
Thanks,
Let's do it
JP.
again.
You're the best. Anytime.
JP Peterson, kind enough to join us. So the JP Peterson Show. Hey, we know all about that, having one website and then going to millerandmoulton.com.
Seems to be a trend in this business. If JP can do it, we can do it too.
That's our story. We're sticking to it.
Exactly. They don't want to know how the sausage is made. There's just a new guy making it now, David.
They just give me the sausage. Don't tell me how. Just want the proof. Bill Bender will join us in about 45 minutes live from Big Ten Media Days. Our poll question, you got to vote. PGA Tour Player of the Year. Schauffele with 2 majors, Scheffler with 1 and a Players. Go to millerandmoulton.com and vote. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Uh, 1070's having problems this morning, Geezer. It's not. They already are aware. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so in theory, we'll be back on there tomorrow. We have not lost an affiliate. In fact, we're adding one mid-August. We're going to add one in Franklin County, Tennessee. So we're going to be on both sides of the Tennessee-Alabama border there at Huntsville and Franklin County. No, it's quite a situation with Miller and Moulton right now. In so many ways, the show has never been better. We just
If we don't land 7 sponsors between now and the end of August, we go out of business. That's
Yeah,
fact.
it's so weird. It's so weird. The show should be swimming in money with how good our numbers are. So hopefully we'll get it figured out. If so, this show has big potential. Big potential. But God, we're like Miller and Moulton right now are like in the NCAA tournament. Okay. Don't talk to me about the Elite Eight and the Final Four. It's survive and advance time. All risk, we're number 2 in men. That's what I know. We're number 2 in men in the market and number 1 in time spent listening. Well, Sonny, what's Coach Harbaugh going to do? I mean, that's his quarterback.
It's my quarterback.
They're locked in for 3 more years. The guaranteed money at 50 plus. I mean, what's he going to do? Irish football, they don't pay us. We're a bartered show. They take the show for free. We have to sell the advertising to make money. Yeah, Johnny Mac, we are. We're like playing golf into the wind, and we keep being told, once we make the turn, the wind will be at our back.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, and you can always go to that Mark Miller on X, the David Moulton on X. It's always a good way to reach out to us and communicate with us. Either that or text us at 21,000 and we'll get the message, good, bad, or indifferent. But if you go to our X accounts and Miller_Moulton on X, you can vote in our poll question, which today is Scheffler or Schauffele. All right. Not which lawyer do you like best? Which accountant do you like best? All right. Which doctor do you want to see? No, these are golfers. Which one's the golfer of the year? The guy who's won 2 majors, Schauffele. The guy who's won 6 times, including a major, Scheffler, and is the number 1 player in the world, Schauffele, number 2. So who are you voting for? There you go. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, vote accordingly. Hey, and I'm serious when I ask this. I know your wife's all into the Olympics, right?
You have no idea.
Is she, I will say, the one part of the Olympics which I don't understand is the attraction of the opening and closing ceremonies.
Well, David, she is a true Olympic fan in your world then, because I asked her, because it's been, we're watching the Open Championship and they're running one Olympic promo after another. And I said, so are you into the opening ceremonies? And she said it's usually a snooze fest. She goes, I'll have it on, but it's usually a snooze fest.
I mean, I guess if you're into like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, the Rose Bowl parade, because all it is, okay, here's Afghanistan. And, Mike Tirico's got his card. Okay, just like the anchors.
Carrying the flag this year is.
That's right. It's Joe Smith, and he's from a country of 138 people, and this is his third Olympics, and and the way their wardrobes and the colors represent. Right. Okay, there you go. All right, who's next? Albania? Give it to me. All right, here we go. So that's what it is. I've never gotten into it. I'd never. It just, okay. So they got the flag bearers, though. And it's significant because your fellow athletes vote as to who the flag bearers should be. Mark, this isn't like Nike keeping Jaylen Brown off of the U.S. Olympic basketball team because he doesn't wear Nike sneakers and putting on his teammate Derek White because he does. Okay. I mean, literally, that, by the way, bothers me. I thought we're the U.S. Olympic basketball team, not the Nike Olympic basketball team. That bothers me. Okay. I mean, Jordan had to wear Reebok. Don't tell me you can't put somebody on the damn team who doesn't represent the, don't tell me that. That's BS. I don't care how much money they give you. That's ridiculous. I mean, if we want country before party, don't we want country before sponsor? For goodness sakes. All right, I'll stop. All right. So the athletes just voted.
That was really a well thought out, impassioned speech.
Come on.
Since it's a television show, they're all television shows, and they're paid for by sponsors. I don't know how you're that surprised. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're 100% right. I'm surprised with the angst, given the fact you're aware it's a TV show, bought and paid for largely by their money.
Listen, NBC didn't choose the player. Okay. The sponsor did. That's absurd. That's ridiculous. I understand we're bought and paid for. We don't have to be that bought and paid for. All right. Back to the programming already in progress. So the athletes vote for flag bearers. And by the way, there used to be two different flag bearers, one for the opening ceremonies and then a different person for the closing ceremonies. Obviously, more attention is given to who gets the flag for the opening ceremonies. Last Summer Olympics, 2020, the Olympic committees, the IOC urged countries to come up with a male flag bearer and a female flag bearer. Split the duties. Okay. All right. You want representation? Fine. So for what it's worth, Mark, 4 years ago, Sue Bird and Eddie Alvarez, who played baseball. All right. Those were the two opening ceremony flag bearers. And Carol Winger was our closing ceremony. I mean, the list here, I mean, my goodness, Mark, the 2016 Summer Olympics, Michael Phelps was opening and Simone Biles was closing for the U.S. We had a year in 2004, Dawn Staley was opening and Mia Hamm was closing ceremonies. I mean, it's kind of a BFD. This is the athletes decide. Of all the Olympians, right? The athletes just picked LeBron James.
Yeah, I'm stunned.
Really?
Yeah. Where's Katie Ledecky?
Well, the women selection is tomorrow, for what it's worth. They do men on Monday. The women's selection gets announced tomorrow. It's all part of the pre-Olympic hype. Okay, so we don't know who the female athlete is going to be to join alongside LeBron James for, flag bearer for the opening ceremonies. But it's LeBron, and then tomorrow we'll find out, and you're right, Mark. It should be Katie Ledecky. I mean, if they want to give it to Simone because she did the closing ceremonies and they want to give her the honor of 8 years later, giving her the opening ceremonies. But I would like to see. Katie Ledecky has never held our flag in or out of the Olympic Stadium, and she should.
Yes, she should.
So, but it's voted on by the athletes. Okay. So, we can't blame Nike for this. We can't, and I know a lot of you don't like LeBron. We get it. Trust me. We know. Okay. But, I mean, first off, is this his fourth Olympics?
Yes. He's got 2 golds and a bronze. And
Right.
just for the bronze, I don't know if he's allowed to carry the flag, in my opinion.
Well, remember, he wasn't a starter on that team. That was the team that, I think Wade and LeBron and what have you, they came off the bench. It was the Larry Brown team, I believe it was. So, anyway, there you go. Flag bearers, the Olympics, opening ceremonies Friday night. All right. Soon to be 40-year-old LeBron James. Undoubtedly, this will be his last Olympics. All right. He'll be the U.S. flag bearer. We'll find out tomorrow who the female flag bearer is. And then I think late in the Olympics, the athletes vote again and decide who will represent us carrying the flag in the closing ceremonies. So you got to figure this is Simone's. I mean, she's already done closing ceremonies. You got to figure for both Ledecky and Biles, this is it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Simone's
And if
what,
Ledecky's
27?
never had the flag, yes, Simone's 27.
Yeah.
And if Ledecky's never carried the flag, she deserves to.
Yep.
She's an all-time great Olympian.
Right. Not U.S. Olympian, all-time great Olympian. Correct. Yep. I'll go back 8 years. How good does that look in retrospect? We had Michael Phelps in the opening ceremonies and Simone Biles in the closing ceremonies.
That, as they say, will play, David.
That's Jack and Tiger, okay, playing together right there. That's ridiculous. Okay, you get your best 2. These are our best 2, by the way. All time, by the way. These are our best 2. You put your best 2.
I'm surprised the Olympians voted for a basketball player, since that's kind of a put-together sport for the Olympics, whereas the rest of the athletes are training 4 years for just the Olympics, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Well, certainly he's the most famous. I mean, that's obvious. Of all the male athletes,
Yeah.
So certainly he's the most famous. But you're right. I mean, a lot of times they give it to somebody who, whatever the sport, badminton, whatever. Okay, 3rd or 4th Olympics, paid their dues. Like, he calls Naples home now. Brian Scheimer got the flag in the closing ceremonies. Longtime bobsledder, helped lead the U.S. to medals for the first time in forever. He got the honor 20-something years ago. Miller and Moulton. Bill Bender, Big Ten Media Days in a half an hour.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You did,
Uh,
Jules.
Yeah. So water damage in our condo, a pipe 4 weeks ago got clogged, I should say, clogged, and caused water damage. We have wood floors, and they started to buckle up. And my mother-in-law is on a walker for the rest of her life. My wife's going to be on a walker for a couple months because she just got her knee replaced. The floors are too dangerous. So had to get them fixed, repaired, replaced. And so it's going to take 3 days. So first 3 days of this week and maybe even Thursday morning, I'll be live from a nearby hotel. That's why. Okay, so Reebok sponsored the U.S. in '92. I don't know if it was just the basketball team or what have you, but I think they had all our uniforms. And so the '92 Dream Team, Jordan's proud Nike guy, had to wear the jersey, had the Reebok logo on it. Famously, when it came time for the gold medal, you see Jordan wearing the flag over his right shoulder, draped across him. He did that to hide the Reebok logo from all the photos with him with the gold medal. So he wrapped himself in the flag while also protecting Nike. So yeah, that's the Jordan Reebok story. Yeah, David Jules, Miller and Moulton separately have been an ATM for life is messing with us. It is. I don't know if I'll run the risk. So Mark had to out of nowhere go to the doctor last week.
Yeah.
I go, hey, why are you going to the doctor? He said, my face hurts.
Still hurts. Been putting medicine on it for 4 days. Hasn't done anything but get worse.
I go, I've never known your wife to be a violent person. He goes, no, always punch me in the face. But my face hurts. I got to ask a doc what the heck's going on. Why is my face swollen? So
here we go.
So Mark looks like Chuck Wepner, apparently.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour. Bill Bender will join us live. Big Ten Media Days. Big Ten and ACC having their media days this week. So, which one's more interesting to you? I mean, reportedly, you got 2 to 6 or 10 schools that are plotting their departure from the one. And in the other, you got a whole bunch of schools that just joined, in which the Big Ten is now going, listen, I know the SEC's number one, but are we 1A? We're pretty good.
David, you have a conference in which 2 members of the conference are suing the conference, and the conference is suing them back. I'm far more interested in the ACC meetings, even though we're not going to get any substance about those cases during media days. The fact that they're all sitting close to one another, having to do dinners and meetings together, I find every part of that truly delightful.
So which relationship is more dysfunctional and intrigues you more? Florida State with the ACC or Florida State with ESPN?
Well, isn't that one and the same?
Yes, but the one's contract is a lot more restrictive and a lot more costly.
The Florida State ESPN is more fun. You'll be able to see the venom of the Florida State fan come to fruition when the Noles take on Georgia Tech in Dublin, week 0.
40 days away, by the way. I'm sorry, 33 days away. My bad. 33 days from now.
So that's the one that's going to be a little more transparent, at least from Florida. You'll never hear what ESPN thinks of Florida State, but you will hear what the Noles think of ESPN. We will not really get to the juicy parts of the lawsuits for quite some time. And if we ever get to hear anything on this, will they settle is really the ultimate question that you have to have when it comes to Clemson, Florida State, and the ACC.
Man, the attorney fees in this one are going to be astronomical. I mean, who's going to make more, the attorneys or the ACC?
The attorneys.
When this happens. Yeah. I mean, Florida State and Clemson could end up owing the ACC like 150 to 200 million each, but I can't wait to see those attorney bills. My goodness. Hey, what do you think the chance would be? We know what the chants are going to be in Dublin from the Florida State fans directed to the game day folks in ESPN. I'm just wondering, can you use those same chants towards the ACC? I mean, if they ever had a setting, what is it like? Say they win the ACC championship game again. What are the chants when the commissioner is presenting them with the trophy? We want to leave. We want to leave.
Or is it just a raining down of booze like they do for every commissioner in sports when he's given, whether it's the draft or the team trophies or whatever the case may be? Right. Will they just boo the ACC commissioner?
Didn't realize Gary Bettman or Roger Goodell showed up to hand out the trophy. Yes. So anyway, Big Ten ACC Media Days getting underway today. I think the ACC one lasts at least 3 days. They both may last 4. But Bill Bender will join us from Big Ten Media Days coming up in 20 minutes time. Here's what I find funny. I don't know if funny is the right word, but interesting. Oregon is more of a betting favorite to win the Big Ten than Ohio State. I mean, do you really have that much faith in Oregon that Oregon is going to beat Ohio State in Eugene in the second week of October and that Oregon is going to win the Big Ten? They couldn't win the Pac-12 last year with the best team they've had in over 20 years, arguably, even though they've had 2 others play for the Natty. I mean, are we sure Dylan Gabriel? We're this sold on Dylan Gabriel? Isn't that where he ended up? The UCF Oklahoma guy? Isn't he at Oregon?
Yeah, he's their starter.
Okay. Now I know he's 34 years old now, but I mean, are we sure? Oregon? I mean,
Oregon
we're that
did not get that tough of a schedule, but they do play. They have to go to the Big House too.
right.
By the way, they have to do it in November. I mean,
Right.
that's no gimme.
No, it's not. And by then, you would think that with all the new starters at Michigan, that the quarterback and a few others would be better in November than they will in September. Like, if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm a little concerned I get Texas and USC in September. By the way, I also get Oregon, Ohio State in November. Damn.
Yeah. They're looking at Florida going, I know yours is tough, but this is no cakewalk.
Right. I'm just going to rattle that off again. Do they get Penn State again this year, Michigan, or do they avoid them?
They avoid Penn State.
Okay. So they get Texas, USC, Oregon, Ohio State.
And they get Washington for what it's worth
Okay.
at Washington.
So they avoid Penn State and they avoid Iowa. And don't laugh when we say that. Okay. I'm telling you. Iowa's right now, Mark, over under 9.5 on Iowa.
Over.
I mean, they're going to lose at Ohio State.
Right.
But,
they're going to be favored in every other game they play that year.
And they'll lose one of them just because, they have an allergy to scoring. But, yeah, I don't know if they'll lose two of the others.
They get Wisconsin at home. That's their next toughest game after the Buckeyes. They get Washington. They go to Maryland. Maryland will be better. At least they're thought of as they're a little more highly thought of than most Maryland teams.
I think Nebraska is going to be a lot better, by the way. That's my sneaky team out west, because you and I have been talking up Iowa, and I know there's not East and West anymore. But I'm just saying, the team that I'm really intrigued by is Nebraska, because if Nebraska had decent quarterback play last year, they would have won 8-4. And that's his first year, and he's bringing in players like he did at Baylor and like he did at Temple. He can coach.
They need an offense. Their offense was dreadful last year. They outside of non-conference games, they only got over 30 once. That was against Purdue. They were a 10, 17-point team every week.
Their quarterback play was atrocious. They turned the ball over nearly 3 times a game. They were a mess. It's remarkable they won 5, and they were in position to win at least 3 others. I'm telling you, he can coach. That's a team that intrigues me.
Lost a lot of, to your point, they lost a lot of close games. Lost to Minnesota by 3. Lost to Michigan State by 3. Lost to Maryland by 3. Lost to Wisconsin by a touchdown. Lost to Iowa by 3.
I mean, that's 4 3-point games they lost.
And they didn't win a close game. Their closest win was an 8-point margin. So they only had one game, one score win, if you know what I mean. They had 5 one-score losses.
Very intriguing game, week 2, Colorado at Nebraska. It's a very intriguing game.
Big week for the Big Ten in week 2. Michigan hosting Texas. That Colorado-Nebraska game that you mentioned.
It's also Iowa State, I think.
It is.
I think CBS is going to have that one. I think NBC's got Colorado, Nebraska. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. We haven't booked travel yet, but that's what I wrote down. So just curious, if the SEC is still number 1, okay, I know Michigan won the Natty, okay, and Michigan and Washington played for it and all that. So, but I mean, SEC is still the number 1 conference. How close went this year? I mean, let's just go top tier. How many teams in the SEC do you put in the top tier? Georgia,
Texas,
Alabama,
Ole Miss.
So no LSU, No
And
Tennessee.
LSU's right there too. No LSU, probably LSU as well.
Okay, so
That's 5.
Four. Okay, so you're going to go 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got 5 in the top tier. So you think that out of that group, 4 of them are going to make the playoff?
I do.
Okay, so Big Ten. How many you got that are in the same tier? Your top tier, Ohio State, Oregon are the obvious ones, right?
You willing to put Penn State or Michigan in there this year?
Well, I'd put Penn State before I'd put Michigan.
I think that's fair.
I think Penn State returns a lot more than Michigan. I'm not sold on Penn State offensively. Also in big games is very challenged. But it's funny, they're like the only team that returns an experienced quarterback. We just don't know how good he is. I thought we were going to know that last year. But yeah, so I'll put Penn State in it. That's 3. Here's my question. USC, Washington, Michigan. Of those 3.
I don't think they're in it this year. I don't.
So you think between the 2 conferences that the SEC, if we're going top tier teams, outranks the Big Ten 5-3?
I do.
Okay.
With Washington, Michigan, USC in that tier 2 spot, if you will.
Now, what if Iowa?
And Iowa is close to that tier 2 because of scheduling.
So you'll even if they do it largely because of schedule, if Iowa goes 10-2 or better, you're willing to tip your hat and say, "Hey, man, it's all about winning games. They won games."
But then that tier 2 in the SEC, you've got Missouri, you've got Oklahoma, you've got Tennessee, you got A&M.
Mm-hmm. Got Florida fans right now going, hey, what about us?
Would you beat Miami first? The minute you beat Miami, I'll put you in the tier 2. Do you think that's fair, Gator fan?
I think that's being generous. They've had 3 straight losing seasons, to be honest with you. But
beat Miami.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I will say, if you don't put, you're keeping the top tier in the Big Ten to only 3. So then their second tier's looking pretty darn good. I mean, you've got their second tier being Washington, Michigan, Iowa,
USC.
Oh yeah, you didn't even put USC in the top tier because it's Penn State, Oregon, Ohio State. Okay,
Correct.
I mean that's pretty good tier 2.
But I mean, you got the Michigan-Texas game, you got the USC-LSU game, you got some early games that are going to help shape the playoff picture for the end of the season of who's getting 4 and who's getting 3 from a conference standpoint, if that's how it works out.
Also, Alabama's going to Wisconsin, aren't they?
That's right.
I mean, I'm kind of into this SEC Big Ten September scheduling. Kind of like this. Can they do more of this? This is fun.
It's great, and I think we will get more of it.
So we think there are more top-tier teams in the SEC. We think there are more next-tier teams in the Big Ten. But if you put top 7, top 8 in the conferences head-to-head, like if this were a basketball Big Ten SEC challenge, this would be pretty darn good.
I think the SEC is still a good step ahead of the Big Ten because I've got 9 teams out of the SEC in those top 2 tiers. I've got 5 in the big boy tier, but then you've got Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and A&M in that next tier. The Big Ten doesn't have that.
You're putting A&M in that next tier?
Talent-wise, they deserve to be there.
Okay. I think that's a little
They got
generous.
their big opening game with Notre Dame.
But I think if you add up the number of teams in the Big Ten, it'd be at least 8 in the top 2 teams. It might be 8 to 9, edge SEC. Might be 5 to 3 in tier 1, edge SEC. But, Big Ten's, this is the first time this is the first time you and I have been doing a show nearly 20 years. All right. I could argue this is the closest the Big Ten has been in top two-tier talent to the SEC during the whole time we've done the show.
Well, it helps when you get 4 teams from the Pac-12.
Hey, SEC added Texas and Oklahoma. They're not slouches.
No, they're not.
But just saying, Coke and Pepsi are really going to battle here. That's all I'm saying. Bill Bender's live at Big Ten Media Days. He'll join us next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
All set.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He's been writing for the Sporting News for a long time. He does a great job covering predominantly college football, but he writes about other things, which we'll get to in a moment. He's Bill Bender. You can follow Bill on X at BillBender92, BillBender92. Bill, it's David and Mark once again, and we thank you for your time. Listen, 3 days ago, when you wrote that profile on the South Sudan basketball team, did you know something?
It was more of a fascination because the teams from FIBA Africa, I was curious to see how they had done, especially we all remember when the Dream Team played Angola. I had no idea they would be up 14 at halftime. But, as somebody who follows that part of the game and the international presence, and, I as a trivia question, I know Manute Bull was from there. So my curiosity kind of took up from there. And, man, they'll see Team USA in the Olympics as well. I will say this as a journalist, though. That game was where it was at half and how many people were reading that article on Saturday. I was smiling at least for a little bit.
Well, good for you. All right, Big Ten Media Days are underway. Just how different are they this year with Washington and Oregon and USC and UCLA? How different does it feel?
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be culture shock. I mean, I'm a guy that grew up with the Big Ten and my whole life, being a kid from Central Ohio. And you were taught to kind of hate USC as a kid and hate UCLA. And you were jealous when you watched them on November afternoons. You'd be sitting in this cold weather in Ohio, and then, the afternoon game would come on. You'd be like, why do they get to play in the sun? Now they're here. And I think it's going to be surreal in some ways. I know that word gets overused, but when I see Lincoln Riley on the podium, it's like, what is going on? USC, Oregon, UCLA, Washington certainly adds to the cross-country feel of the conference. I think there's some excitement around it. And, the big question for me is somebody else other than Ohio State and Michigan going to step up? I mean, most people are picking Oregon to be that team this year.
Well, and Bill, we're wondering that. I mean, are people going a little crazy on the Ducks here? I mean, beating Ohio State, being better than Ohio State. I mean, before Ohio State added what they added this offseason, I don't know if we thought anybody was going to beat Ohio State. I mean, this is as loaded Ohio State team as they've had in a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, but with that comes the pressure, right? So, okay, nobody's going to beat them. Well, I mean, we picked Ohio State to win the Big Ten the last 3 years, and Michigan has found a way to do the things. Michigan's just been a bad matchup for them up front, and I don't think Michigan's going to stop doing the things that they're doing. I just think they lost 13 guys to the NFL, so it's going to be a little more difficult to do those things. Oregon, I've been thinking about this. So here's a school that's coming in, high expectations. In the last 15 years, I've watched them go into the big house. This was a long time ago with Dennis Dixon and destroy the Wolverines. And I watched them 3 or 4 years ago go into the shoe, and they had C.J. Stroud and a loaded Ohio State team and beat the Buckeyes. So it's not like they can't come in and win games. And I think Dan Lanning's recruiting that conference or that school like an SEC school. And with that in mind, that's my way of telling you, yeah, they absolutely could come in year one and win this thing.
What does Ohio State have to do to match the roster with the expected outcome? Because they've had the best roster seemingly in the Big Ten the last couple of years. You already mentioned they had a Michigan problem. I don't know if they'll still have a Michigan problem this year, but what does Ryan Day have to do to take that next step?
I would beat Michigan. I keep, is it national championship or bust? Maybe, but to me it feels more like beat Michigan or bust because they're so used to winning that game and got spoiled, if we're honest about it, between Tressel and Meyer and the domination that those two had. I think it was in the form of 16 wins and 1 loss between the two. And then there was a 1 year of Luke Fickell where Michigan won. I mean, that's 18 years where Ohio State lost twice, and they've lost 3 years in a row. They haven't lost a road to Michigan since like the 60s. So it is very beat Michigan or bust to me. Maybe it's because I'm living in this bubble in Central Ohio, but that's all I hear. So, and if they beat Michigan, it would unlock some other things. So I think for the Buckeyes, they have to beat Michigan this year. If they don't, it's going to get weird. That's what I keep telling people. It will get weird up here in Columbus if they don't.
Talking with Bill Bender. All right, focusing on Big Ten Media Days, Big Ten and ACC Media Days beginning this week. Follow Bill on X, Bill Bender 92, Bill Bender 92. Don't you find it fascinating? You look at the top 2 tiers, if you will, of teams in the Big Ten. Penn State seemingly is the only one with a returning quarterback. It's not that other teams don't have talented quarterbacks, but a new quarterback at Oregon, Washington, USC, Ohio State, Michigan. I mean, that's unusual.
Yeah, and you know what? If you look at Drew Aller's stats, you look at him and say, hey, 25 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Why are they not the favorite? Why are people critical of this guy? But you guys know the other part of this question. It's the big game struggles for Penn State and 45.2 completion percentage against Ohio State, Michigan, and Ole Miss in the bowl game. So if Ohio State has a Michigan problem, Penn State has the big game problem. Now, their new schedule is such that they don't have Michigan on the schedule. They don't have to play Ohio State and Michigan every year, and that's a good thing. And I believe other than Ohio State at home, USC on the road, tough opener against West Virginia, tricky opener at West Virginia. The Mountaineers got it going at the end of last year. So if all of those things go their way, it'll get in the playoff. And that's another pressure point for them. If Ohio State's kind of beat Michigan or bust, I kind of think Penn State's playoff or bust. Don't you guys? Because they were so close so many times. It's a 12-team format. James Franklin ought to be able to get that roster and that team into the playoff.
Well, the one team that could get in their way, and they don't even play them, because I don't know how many teams the Big Ten, if they get 4, that's, I don't think there's going to be more than that, is what Iowa has. Iowa has a very favorable schedule. It's a pretty good football team that finds ways to win. When you look at Iowa, do you see them as a sneaky playoff team?
I do, because oh my, even with that offense, I'm just chuckling at the thought of a team that averages like 19 points a game getting into the playoff. And then how people react. But their defense is so legit. It's still going to be good. They still have Sebastian Castro. They have Jay Higgins. Higgins might be the best, like, pure linebacker in college football. Like, old school, just hit you. Awesome linebacker. They're going to be good on that side of the ball. And you said it. Like, some of the things with this 16-team SEC and 18-team Big Ten is some teams just inevitably have easier schedules than others. And I'm not saying, Iowa has this like really, easy schedule. They still got to play at Ohio State. It's set up for them to be right in there in that top 3 or top 4.
Bill, don't you find it interesting? I do, for what it's worth. This year for Wisconsin and Luke Fickell, they underachieved last year. 6-6, I think, in the regular season. And I mean, he's taking away the style of play that made Wisconsin football for 30 years. And he's trying to open it up. And there's a part of me that wonders, Iowa stayed with their same offense It may be boring. It's worked. Michigan went back to basically playing Wisconsin football. And look how well it's worked. I find what Luke is trying to do in Wisconsin to be fascinating because it seems like it could take him to a next level and it could fail miserably.
You know, it's funny that you say that because not in a bad way. Remember Michigan went to Rich Rod and went to the spread offense and all those things, and it was so widely criticized because it didn't work. And now, you know, I kind of chuckle about it because we're in 2024. Everybody runs that offense. Just about everybody runs it. So that, to your point, yeah, I mean, when a team goes away from its bread and butter, so to speak, there's always questions. I'm more interested in Luke Fickell to see if he can pull off at Wisconsin what he did at Cincinnati. If he can, you know, get the kids the talent development. He sent a lot of guys to the NFL at Cincinnati. I mean, a lot, and good ones like Sauce Gardner, Desmond Ridder, Kobe Bryant. But to your point, yeah, I mean, Michigan got back to their so-called identity, and it's worked. And I think Wisconsin's drifted away from that a little bit. But at the same time, if Wisconsin were to go back to its old identity, what was the flaw? It was the quarterback play. They didn't have a difference maker at quarterback with the exception of 1 year of Russell Wilson. And that team, had they not lost a couple Hail Marys to Michigan State and Ohio State, very well could have played for a national championship. So I think he needs to marry the two, and they're a team that we'll be watching pretty closely this season. They do play Alabama early in the year.
Bill, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. Good luck this week with Big Ten Media Days and also with your future travels, and hopefully we can catch up early in the season.
Hey, you guys are great. Thanks so much for having me on. I'll talk to you soon. Appreciate it.
Bill Bender, Sporting News, does a terrific job and produces a lot of material. A good guy to follow on X at BillBender92, BillBender92.
What's Michigan's identity going to be early?
The same. I mean, what else are they going to do?
Texas and USC both in September.
I know. Both at home, though, right?
Yes.
Yep. I know. You take a split right now if you're a Michigan guy, wouldn't you?
Yes.
I mean, lose the Texas game, win the conference game?
Boy.
Come on now. Got to pick.
Got to win the conference game, I suppose.
Right. So,
but the Texas game might be more important to get you into the playoff.
Yeah, we'll see. But that's a great schedule, Michigan. I mean, early. By the way, imagine being a season ticket holder this year. You're Michigan. Don't you have Texas, USC, and Oregon at home on your schedule this year?
Texas, USC, Oregon, then you get Sparty at home as well.
Pretty good for a year when you don't have the Buckeyes on your home schedule. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Ritter for college. Ritter was a good, very good college quarterback. Come on. Listen, I don't follow the UFC and even this Jake Paul thing
Right.
that, but Jake Paul last week at the pressers telling Conor McGregor to lay off the cocaine. As pre-fight trash talking goes, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
I didn't watch it, Deadstruck. Didn't interest me. And I know it's going to be an Olympic sport in 2028, but
so bad. They had highlights on SportsCenter.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Monday morning. Hope you had a terrific weekend, and thanks for starting your week off with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Not a lot of news in the sports world yet today, as you would expect, but well, the U.S. Olympic team, the athletes, they get to vote on who the flag bearers are going to be. They now do a male flag bearer and a female flag bearer. The IOC urged teams to start doing that 4 years ago. And today they announced the male flag bearer. Tomorrow they will announce the female flag bearer. But the athletes voted LeBron James to be the flag bearer for the United States, at least the men's flag bearer. Miller and Moulton are hoping that the athletes vote Katie Ledecky tomorrow to be the female flag bearer. Simone Biles, 8 years ago, was the flag bearer for the U.S. at the closing ceremonies. So, I mean, you can still vote her to be the flag bearer at the opening ceremonies. But, I mean, that's, our poll question mark in golf is who you voting for player of the year.
Close vote, by the way.
Oh, really?
52-48 for Scheffler right now.
Okay. Miller Moulton actually agreed on this, which we don't often do. We both voted Schauffele. To us, the majors mean more. 2 majors to 1. Even though it's 6 wins to 2 for Scheffler, he's got a Masters and a Players and 4 other wins, and Schauffele's got the 2 majors and a second at the Players.
And the Players with that group carries an astronomical amount of weight, nearly as much weight as the majors. Not as much, but damn close.
Even though, as Ron Sirak told us a couple hours ago on the show, that Schauffele became only the 7th golfer to ever win the PGA and the British in the same season. Rory, the last to do it. Remember, they used to be back-to-back. And Padraig did it in 2007, I believe it was. And Rory did it 10 years ago in 2014, going back-to-back when they were only a month apart. But so that's our poll question. But, I mean, Mark, if you said to the athletes, I mean, imagine this vote. So you're voting for the female flag bearer, Biles or Ledecky? Whew.
From an Olympic standpoint, I believe Ledecky's accomplishments are greater than what Simone Biles has done in the Olympics.
I believe you're right. Because remember, Simone didn't have a good 2020 games, had a ridiculous 2016 games.
She's the most accomplished gymnast ever, but that includes world championships and things of that nature.
And
you can't go wrong with either.
Right. Now, it's interesting because I think you described it perfectly, Mark, that Ledecky's Olympic resume is better. Yet Simone is regarded as the greatest gymnast of all time. Whether she is or not, that's the narrative that's been written for damn near 8 years now in that sport, that she's the greatest gymnast, period. Is Ledecky the greatest female swimmer? And I'm not talking U.S. I'm talking of all time. The feeling in the sport of gymnastics is no one's ever been better than Simone Biles. Do they feel that way about Ledecky? Female swimmers? I mean, she's the greatest female U.S. Olympic swimmer of all time. But I don't know enough about, I mean, we all know it's Phelps on the men's side. No matter the country, it's Phelps.
Ledecky's won 7 Olympic gold medals and 21 World Championship gold medals, which is the most in history for a female swimmer.
So we're probably talking about choosing between two goats here. Ledecky's never carried the flag, opening or closing ceremonies. So
I do think it would be funny to watch Simone Biles carrying the flag next to LeBron James.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that.
You got that. I mean, is this Schwarzenegger DeVito?
It is.
I mean, this is
very much so.
I mean, just in terms of height, obviously, obvious difference in, weight and, shape they're in. Just,
and gender. We get it.
Yeah. Just come on.
But if you've been with us the whole show, we've been big on making 40-year-old movie references today.
Yes, that's true.
The third one we've made in this show.
That's not 40. It's not quite 40. It's close. I think that's 35, but I don't think that's 40. We made a War Games reference early in the show. I'm almost positive that movie's 83. So that's a 4. And then
88 for twins.
Okay, so 36 years, for closer to 35. So that's not 40 yet. So it's basically a 35-year-old reference.
Trading Places, that's 83.
Yeah, see, another 41-year-old reference. We did Trading Places and War Games. So 2 40s and a 35, basically, in our movie references today.
Yep.
So when you think, once again, we emphasize we're number 2 in the ratings, 25-54 and 35-64. Okay, we're big. And I personally am number 1 in our female 65-plus demo. I own it. I'm a player in our 65-plus female demo.
You could be dangerous if you ever come back to the 239. That is for certain, David.
I am on fire walking into a casino or a bingo hall. Fire. All right.
You ever gone to a bingo hall?
Yes. I've never won. Ever at bingo. And
my wife, and I never knew this when we dated and got married and all of a sudden into our marriage, she's a bingo fan.
Huh.
And she'll go with a couple of the ladies every once in a while. The church has bingo. She's dragged me along. Once I had to come. And when I walked in and all of the tables have 4 or 5 bottles of wine on them each, I went, hey, this ain't so bad. I can show up for the church bingo if it's bring your own.
Mark, first off, okay, churches have bingo, really? So let me get this straight. There's drinking and there's gambling, and the churches are involved?
Very much so.
A Catholic church is involved?
Exactly.
That is just shocking to the two of us Catholics. Absolutely shocking. Hope we didn't offend anybody there. We feel as if we can go there. We're charter members. Well, I don't know about charter, but we're members. We are members. So, hey, 31 teams are in camp tomorrow. The Steelers are the last holdouts. Everybody shows up Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm telling, and I know you get you more headlines. It just makes no sense to me that one team would let other teams, essentially have one up on them. 2 extra days here. And I know they probably break a little bit later. It just, the way the NFL is so regimented, I'm stunned they don't all start on the same day. I'm stunned they don't all have to start on the same day.
Would you be willing, if you're the NFL, because reportedly one of the things the players are going to ask for when the owners say, hey, can we go to 18 games? And the players are going to go, sure, let me get out my list. And one of the things on the list is basically, yes, when the season ends, we don't want to show up again till training camp. Okay? You can get rid of all that other stuff in the middle. All of it. If you're the owners, or you're like, yeah, sure, we're good with that.
Are you kidding me? I'd do it in a heartbeat. So I don't have to have a couple of camps that cost me money. I just opened camp a few days earlier because that's what would happen. They would get them all in a little earlier this way. Oh, To get another game?
Well, I'm not saying that's the only thing, but that's one of the things on the list. The players want more time off. They want a true off season. You got to remember, teams believe if the players stay away longer, they're going to get in trouble, and they can't get their eyes on them. That's why they do all this stuff. They want to be able to kind of know that they're behaving, that they're kind of sort of in shape, they're rehabbing properly. So I was just asking.
I would make that change for sure.
Okay. It's one of the things on the list. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day one. Some final thoughts, a pick or two, all coming up.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Ah, congrats, Adam.
Yeah, congratulations, buddy. You'll love it. She'll adore you. Comes with the territory. Mom will get honked at certain points in time because she's always nice to you and not always nice to mom. Just got to tell them you love them, and they always look great. Little girls love their daddy. Sometimes just for sitting in the chair.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, David Sampson on the show tomorrow. And something to celebrate tomorrow on Miller and Moulton. That's all I'm going to say. Something to celebrate. And Mark doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Okay, something to celebrate.
I'm singing
tomorrow.
Celebration in my head by Kool and the Gang right now. I'm trying to make as many 40-year-old references as humanly possible.
You're really emphasizing that 35 to 64 demo, aren't you, today?
Today it's where I'm at, and it's what's in. We're celebrating something tomorrow. I'm like,
we are.
Oh
wow. By the way, great show lined up for you Wednesday. Gary Danielson, Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin. I don't know. That's pretty good for July 24th, I think.
Not half bad.
I mean, we had Ron Sirak, JP Peterson, Bill Bender on July 22nd. I think that's
David
pretty
Sampson
good.
Tomorrow, right?
At the very least. He might be a little tired. He's got the show in St. Louis tonight, the makeup show.
Then we'll both be tired. I got the show in Sunrise tonight.
Oh, that's right. You and your son driving across the alley. Who are you seeing again?
Zach Bryan.
Have you always been a country guy?
No, not at all. This will be my first country concert ever.
Really?
Absolutely. But he's and he's become a little more mainstream because he's so damn popular. But he was a little bit more in the alternative country scene and just burst through. There's a few artists, Zach Bryan, Sturgill Simpson, Tyler Childers, that my son's gotten me into. And they're very good. So I'm looking forward to this tonight.
So is he like, because the breakthrough artists in the past have largely been female, and it's like country/pop. Is he like country/pop, country/rock?
Country/rock. I look at it almost as much as Southern rock as I do country. But there's no rock and roll's dead. So
yeah, you got the rock artists that are doing country songs. I mean,
right.
You got Beyonce going country, for goodness sakes. I mean, I don't want to say country's big or anything, but so this is the first one.
Yes, my first country concert.
You never got dragged. You never, for dating purposes, had to go. Because I got to be honest. All right. I went to a series of country concerts in the 90s, and it was all because of my wife. We were dating at the time, and I felt that, eventually it's going to pay dividends. And when I popped the question, she's going to say yes. Now, I mean, I have to admit, it didn't suck. I mean,
But you know me pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to music, I'm a hardliner.
I understand.
I'm not going along just to go along.
I get that. I get that. But I mean, and I say this because I proclaimed her this, and you and I are solid enough in our friendship that I could say this and you know exactly what I was meaning. Okay. But, you know, I met your now wife like the second or third time that you two were even getting together for a drink. And I told you afterwards, now that's a 5-tool player. Okay.
Very much so. Fortunately,
And
she didn't like country music.
Okay, I was going to say, because if the 5-tool player wanted to go see Shania Twain, you were going to see Shania Twain.
You're right.
Fair?
Oh, very much so. But
Okay.
she was never into country, so we never had to work through that.
Right. I had to work through that, as you so eloquently put it.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Not a lot today. We start in 1923, however. Walter Johnson becomes the first to get 3,000 strikeouts.
Maybe that's why they call him the Big Train.
Jump all the way to 1977 when Elvis Costello and the Attractions put out their first album. Sevy wins his second Open today in 1984 at St. Andrews.
He would win 3.
Nick Faldo wins his second today in 1990, again at St. Andrews. This one is David's favorite stat, and I do it every year just for him. It was today in 1997 that Greg Maddux throws a complete game with just 76 pitches.
Okay. The defense rests right there. I mean, you know, I have to admit, Musial having 1,815 hits at home and 1,815 hits on the road is near the very top. But a 76 pitch complete game. The defense rests.
David Duval won his Open today in 2001. Ernie Els wins his second today in 2012. And Molinari won in 2018 at Carnoustie.
Boy, what happened to him? I mean, he just wins the Open. The next year, he's leading the Masters. He has not been the same since he put the ball in the drink on 12 at Augusta 5 years ago.
Bob Dole, Sonny Liston, and Alex Trebek also would have celebrated birthdays today. George Clinton is 83 and still funkadelic. Don Henley, 77. Tim Brown, 58. Keyshawn's 52. And Ezekiel Elliott is 29 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Prince George is 11. The oldest of Bill and Kate's kids there.
I missed that one.
So, well, you know me and the Royals.
I know, and after the weekend, they're in a playoff spot right now.
Well done, young man. That was outstanding. Remember Jessica Lynch? 19-year-old supply clerk, okay, who somehow was held as a prisoner of war in Iraq in the summer of 2003. Okay, she was held a prisoner of war for 4 months. She came home today, 21 years ago. The Army private. Okay, that's why she was over there.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to North Carolina, where an Alabama guy got to do something he doesn't normally get to do. That's play the Powerball, because he was visiting North Carolina, where you actually can play the Powerball. And Christopher Baker stopped in a store, picked himself up a ticket, and scored a $100,000 prize. For the bad, we go to Texas, where police in Texas had seen a dog wandering with a plastic bowl stuck over its head. Fortunately, the yellow lab mix was picked up by the Manville Police Department, and they were able to take the bowl off of the face that was stuck on the dog. And for the ugly, we go to California, where an escaped cow went wandering through a California neighborhood and took out a headlight in a confrontation with a car before returning home. Cow was on the loose for about 2 hours, and at one point it was knocked over with a collision with the car. Apparently, the animal was safely returned home uninjured. The headlight will have to be replaced. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 22nd, 2024.
So I'm in North Dakota 3-4 months. And so it's winter because I got there in late September of 94. And I've told the story often in that I literally was the employee who physically lived the closest to the TV station. And the rule of thumb was very simple in a major storm. The people who geographically were closest to the station had to come in and work because the storms could be so bad that literally traveling 3 to 5 blocks was problematic. I got picked up by literally, a dumper. It picked me, that put me in it and carried me to to work in the, backhoe, if you will. Front and back, I had gotten carried to and from work. Anyway, they don't trust me yet, Mark, to be on the air during the storm. I'm just a weekend sports guy. So I'm the one getting the information. Kathy Coyle is the female anchor. And I'm giving her all the calls coming in, and I'm tracking it, and I'm running in the studio. And, there's no computers or anything like that. It's hand copy. And I'm sliding the copy in front of her. Well, this call comes in from the sheriff about 80 miles west of Fargo in Jamestown, North Dakota, home of Darren Erstad, by the way. And they say, yeah, we need you to report. We know not a lot of people on the road, but just they need to be careful if they're traveling north, east, and west on I-94. I go, okay. I go, can I ask why? We got to tell them why. They go, well, some cattle have gotten loose. Excuse me? Yeah, there's a couple hundred cattle. I go, are they blocking one side of traffic? Oh, no, they're blocking the whole thing. I go, so the whole highway is shut down, 2-3 lanes on both sides. It's a major interstate, 94. This connects like Illinois to, Washington. Okay, for cattle. I go, oh, yeah. I go, any idea how long this is going to last? And he says, you're not from here, are you? I go, no. He goes, yeah, they don't move very quickly, and they basically move on their own time. Okay, we'll pass it along. So
Cattle
there you
blocking
go.
the road.
Yep, had a cattle crossing delay. I-94 during the storm. Yep.
Would be tough to zigzag through the cattle.
Yeah, both sides too. North, south. Yeah, it's a problem, and they're not moving fast. I mean, it's bad enough in the south, especially in Florida when it rains. You got the ducks. Okay, you can't nudge a duck. I mean, you can't. You can get up close, but eventually the duck's going to take their time. Well, what are you going to do with a cat? You could nudge a cattle. I mean,
you could.
I cow tipped.
I'd nudge a duck before I'd nudge a cattle.
I mean, I cow tipped in the
or
middle
a
of the
cow
night
for that
before.
matter.
But it takes a while. That's all I'm going to say. Listen,
did you get the 3-point stance when you cow tipped?
Oh, Mark, you tipped that cow and you run so fast.
No. To hit the cow, did you get in a 3-point stance?
No, I was an edge rusher. I was a stand-up edge rusher.
Stand-up edge rusher?
Yeah, I did I'm a Giants fan. I tried. That was my inner Lawrence Taylor, Carl Banks right there.
Excellent.
Okay, tipping the cow, yeah. Yeah, I was surprised just because I thought I'd just be able to no, you got to put a little something behind it. They're big. They're fat.
Just in.
Especially out there. Okay, they're a few hundred pounds less in the South. Okay, they're fully fed in the upper Midwest. So we have 13 games in baseball. By the way, no WNBA. They're on a 2.5-week break for the Olympics. 13 games in baseball. Both the Marlins and the Rays are in action. Rays this afternoon, 1:00, trying to take 3 out of 4 from the Yankees. Marlins trying to take 3 out of 4 at home from the Mets. Marlins will then host the Orioles. Few good series. Big one in Pittsburgh. Be curious how many people show up a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday series for the Cardinals. Pirates only 2 games behind St. Louis and a half a game out of a playoff spot. And Mark, the Pirates have their big 3 pitchers lined up. Keller tonight, Skeens tomorrow. All right. So, we'll see. Phillies and Twins, by the way. I mean, it's possible it's a World Series preview. They're both playoff teams. And, a couple other interesting series.
Brewers and Cubs is interesting. If the Cubs are going to get back into it, they've got to win 2 or 3. I mean, we're at that point. We went through the buy, sell, or hold with the Major League Baseball teams earlier in the show today. There are so many teams that are in that 3-4 games under 500 to a couple games over 500 that are technically in it, but they're going to have to make some sort of a move here between now and the end of the month to find out whether their team is a buyer or if they're a seller.
Okay, here's the deal. We were holding with the Texas Rangers. They begin a 4-game series at home tonight against the White Sox. You got to win at least 3.
Absolutely.
And you're a little disappointed if you only go 3-1 against them. But
so there you have. Hard, but you've got to go 3-1 against them.
They are. Royals just swept the 3-gamer at home against them, but and they come in with a 7-game losing streak. But there you go. The only 4 teams not playing tonight. I know the Padres and the Nats aren't playing tonight. I know that.
Our Reds are in Atlanta taking on the Braves, David. That this is it's getting late early for the Reds.
Yeah, it is. They're 6 below 500. Braves with all those injuries, though, they're still comfortably in the playoffs, but not as comfortably as they were. So listen, have a great rest of your day. David Sampson on the show tomorrow, Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from 1/2 carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.